encourage the pharmacy school in northern Nigeria, we usually give best awards to any graduating student in pharmaceutics in University of ABU Zaria, University of Sokoto, University of Jos, and University of Maiduguri. We supported the programs in various pharmacy schools because apart from the awards that we usually give out, we have pharmacy school usually write to us, NAIP Kano in specific, to assist them in any of their needs that they have on ground. So we usually do that. And we continue to liaise with Kano State government through the Ministry of Health in ensuring that the environment is conducive for pharmaceutical industries in Kano to strive. We have we have NAIP Academy actually, which was kickstarted some few years back and is actually doing well in Kano. And we resolved some disputes between the Kano State revenue agencies and two major pharma industries in Kano. And we paid a courtesy call to the Emirates and the Commandant NDLEA Kano. And we equally have cash supports to NAIP Jos Zone. Let me elaborate on the courtesy visit to Kano Emirate. You know, we have a peculiar problem in Kano, and the problem is usually between the regulatory agencies, which is the NAFDAC to be specific. You know, we had some companies that were shut down in Kano, and even some that were springing up. Some were dormant for over 2 years now. They've not been running because they've been waiting for NAFDAC. And that has actually caused us serious setbacks because some of these pharma companies, as you see earlier on, some of them, they have pharmacists that are employed, and they've been paying those pharmacists for over 2 years, and nothing is really happening. So we had to see the Emirates because, you know, in Kano, apart from the government, some of the strongest institutions in Kano is the Emirates. So we paid a courtesy call to the Emirates so as to brief them on the happenings of what is actually happening in the pharma industries in Kano. And then we have a new commandant that was just posted to Kano, the NDLEA commandant, because what we do is most of these pharma industries in Kano, whether a medical representative or whatsoever, you know, they usually have these confrontations with NAFDAC because at times when they see goods, if they are not even clear, they are not even sure of the product, they will seize it. And usually, for convenience's sake, we usually collaborate with them so that in such cases, instead of you to just seize the goods, you call our attention to see how we're going to identify the products for you and other things. And then, cash support to Kano Zone. You know, NAIP Kano just evolved of recent, which was inaugurated by the first and second vice chairman in Jos. So they called our attention that they wanted to come for this conference. And then, in a way of supporting them, we gave them the sum of 150,000 naira to mobilize them. And if you noticed yesterday, you can see they had like 4 delegates that came from Jos. So we do that so as to encourage them, so that to be part of this conference. We have financial assistance are usually offered to our members in form of soft loans. If you have any challenge, you can access this loan. And then we have some members that got married, some their wives delivered, and we have a stipulated amount that is usually given out to the members so as to be as a welfare package. We have sponsored some members last year for the conference because it was an election year and we needed our voice to be heard. So we had to sponsor some members to last year's conference in Port Harcourt. Our relationship with PSN Kano is very cordial because 15% of our budget, aside from the Pharmacy Public Enlightenment Program, you know, PSN Kano doesn't do anything without NAIP. And that is why even our first vice chairman is the current secretary of PSN Kano. And with that, there are no decisions that they take without consulting or calling us to come and work with them. We have PSN always have been counting on our support in that regard. With the National, our relationship is very cordial. We have been enjoying support from the National. Our chairman has been magnanimous. I think within the shortest period of time, he has been in Kano for more than twice. And then we usually paid our annual due as promptly as possible. And then we protect the interests of all the representatives of pharma industries in Kano. This is the cross-section of some of the pictorial evidence of our annual symposium for this year. It was the team was actually taken by Professor Martins Emeje, and as you can see, and then the sub-team was taken by Professor Mustafa Mukhtar, a professor of economics from the Department of Bayero University, Kano. And why he took that particular sub-team was because we wanted to show the stakeholders in Kano some of the economic loss that was recorded within these 2 years of those pharma companies that were not running because of the registration processes of NAFDAC and other things. And he actually did justice to that in that regard. These are some of the awards that were awarded to the presenters of the symposium that day. That's my chairman opening remark, and that is the national chairman, the representative of Commissioner of Health, and then the chairman of the occasion. The representative of Emir of Kano, and that is Charles Mekus, Pharmaceutical Industries. One of the company that is coming up in Kano is the first beta-lactamase company in the whole northern Nigeria, and he has been being delayed by NAFDAC all this while for over 2 years now. That's his pharmacist, his pretended pharmacist there, and that guy has been with him for the past 2 years. We have Kairat Pharmaceuticals too, which was represented by the leadership of the company. This is the cross-section of the pictures. And this is the courtesy call to the Emir of Kano. And this is my able chairman, Pharmacist Isiaka Onimisi, and Pharmacist Balami Kudi. This is our visit to the Emir, the Commandant NDLA Kano, which my chairman was privileged to be decorated with the, they call them WADA, War Against Drug Abuse. And these are some of the teaching items that were sent to ABU Zaria, which was presented by the first vice chairman of NAIP, National, Pharmacist Gidado Yusuf. And this is the award given to the best graduating student in pharmaceutics, University of Jos, 50,000 Naira cash and a certificate. And this is the best graduating student in Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto, which was, the award was presented on behalf of NAIP, Pharmacist Binjim, the vice chairman of PSM North. This is our solicitation to, this is the leadership of ABU Zaria students, which visited our secretariat. And these are some of the items that we donated to them. These are weighing balances that was were donated to Department of Pharmaceutics.
A big thank you to Kano. Your time is up.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for Kano. Wonderful, wonderful activities going on there in the past one calendar year. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next to come up is a representative of Anambra. Please, let's put our hands together. Anambra, let's hear what you've done. And you have just 10 minutes. 10 minutes only.
Good morning, panelists. Good morning, fellow NAIP'ians. I'm representing Anambra State. My name is Pharmacist Emeka Obana, the state chairman. So NAIP Anambra State, presenting 2021-22 activities. Okay, so in the last year, we have built on 3 pillars of the community, namely outreach, capacity building, and multi-sectorial collaborations. These have been our cardinal points since inception. So this ESCO inherited the NAIP with a membership of just 15 companies and no structure whatsoever. In fact, the NAIP was almost non-existent, but we had companies that were representing as NAIP. So, but today we've grown NAIP to a membership of 91 and still counting. And of course, you know what this means to our coffers in terms of revenue. It has grown to over 400%. NAIP Anambra State has partnered with ALPS, Anambra on health outreaches to Oka, Nnewi, and Ekulobia. These are the 3 major zones in Anambra State. And we've supported them. We supported last year, but this year's activity was on another level because we had this program where we not just took care of their health needs and, medical bills. We also gave them food, clothes, and cash donations to very less privileged individuals. You see some of the women that were empowered. And it would interest you to know that some of these communities were ravaged by communal clashes, and some of them were living in abject poverty. So NAIP Anambra came to their rescue, and this is the pictures. NAIP Anambra State received an award after instituting an annual support for the Chukwuemeka Odumegwu Ojukwu University students during their activities. This is a picture. They gave us an award I received in, as representative of NAIP. So NAIP Anambra State has had several meetings with NAPA Anambra. I'm sure we heard when Professor Isimoni talked about it yesterday, to set up a pilot drug production laboratory. And the essence of this is to serve as, to expose the staff and students of the Nnamdi Azikiwe University, that's the Federal University in Anambra State, to drug production processes, and also a pilot plant, or to set up a pilot bioequivalence laboratory. This would be one of the first in Nigeria, if not the first, because when you do your drug evaluation for registration, they ask for bioequivalence, and then we want to help see if we can be able to set this up. We attended the national conference last year as NAIP Anambra State with just 4 members, but today we are here with 21 strong members. And this is just a fraction of the population, since we are almost 100 in number now. We had a CEO's forum in January of this year where we talked about, we brought the chief executives and the practitioners, the pharmacists, to be in tune and to be in tune with the activities of the association, and also to encourage internal harmony through crunch discussions on the conditions of service for industrial pharmacists in Anambra State. And as we speak, that forum is yielding positive results and influences in the lives of especially the pharmacists. We have paid a few advocacy visits to the PSN state office, the state director of NAFDAC, State Ministry of Environment, and the State Ministry of Health. You know, there's a new government in Anambra State, and we cashed in on they are being new to the system to talk about some of the problems they could help us solve and the ones we could also help the state to solve. These are some of the pictures of those advocacy visits. The one at the Commissioner for Health on top, and then the Commissioner for Environment. And okay, permit me to also say that because of this advocacy visit, we talked about things problems pertaining to the industry, like effluent treatments, which is an issue because we have about 15 or 20 companies in Anambra State, and you know what the effect of the impact of their effluent will be on the environment. So we are talking with the government to see how we can collaborate and see what we can do to solve that problem, both for the states and for the industry. Our social media handles are up and running because we are launching a campaign on the 26th of June in partnership with the YPG against drug abuse. We have also ensured that the YPG is well mentored on seeking career in the industry during their YPG week. Now, we have a very robust relationship with the YPG. You know, the YPG is the future. So we have encouraged them to come to the industry on volunteer work and then to gain experience and knowledge in the industry. Apart from that, we also give them direction. You know, the YPs, when they come out of the university, most of them don't even know or have an idea of where they're going to. So we saw that as a need, and we are filling the gap in NAIP. So we are really planning on our first annual state retreat and business luncheon in August, and we hope to see all of you there. So in Anambra, we are not afraid to dream big. We think big, we talk big, and we walk big because there is a spirit of Anambra. Anambra has an anthem, and in that anthem, we talk of the spirit of Anambra. That is what is motivating us. And I want to assure you that you're yet to see anything from Anambra State NAIP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Anambra. Wonderful, wonderful work. I'd like to hand over the mic to... You are still assessing? Oh, okay. All right. While the assessment is going on, it will be my singular honor to welcome everyone warmly into the very last day of this 25th Annual National Conference of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, ECO 2022. Today, we are in for another exciting and highly productive time together, because we'll be having a roundtable where NAFDAC, CBN, and NAFDAC and CBN will be sitting together with NDLEA to look at some critical issues that affects the industry. And we're expecting that plenary to be led by no other person than our dear professor. It will be a lead discussant at that plenary, Professor Liribale, who is already in the house. And we'll be having a presentation on technology regulation and data centricity in strengthening local capacity as pharma industries evolve. This will be taken by pharmacists Jasper Onyeka, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome our special guest into the house this morning. Let me start by welcoming the chairman of today's event, and is none other than a very distinguished industrial pharmacist. This is somebody that needs no introduction. The owner, the founder, the group managing director of Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, is an alumnus of Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife. I was hoping to hear great Ife. Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo is here with us this morning. Please, can we put our hands together to welcome him? We will be welcoming him on stage very soon, and we'll do a citation. Also with us this morning is our dear Professor Lere Bale, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Like I said, he will be leading the discussion on the roundtable that we're having with NAFDAC, with CBN, and with NDLEA this morning. He is the CEO of Business School Netherlands. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Also seated in our midst this morning, we have the one who is talking to us on technology regulation, data centricity, and strengthening local capacity as pharma industry has been around since yesterday. Pharmacist Jasper Onyeka, MBA, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please, can we welcome him with a NAIP welcome? You're welcome, sir. The results of the just concluded group dynamics will be released to us during dinner tonight. So let's not be too much in a hurry. Yes, the award will be made during the closing banquet tonight. Let me hand over the mic to my colleague, Olufunso Olude, to continue with the acknowledgement.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome you once again to the third day of this conference. It's great to have you here. I believe most of us enjoyed yesterday, and definitely today is another day of stimulating lectures. So we have also in our midst the medical officer in charge of the Lagos Clinic. These are delegates from the NDLA. We have Dr. Aliu A. Bankole. We recognize your presence. Thank you very much, sir. Let's go. Also, with him is pharmacist Esther Odedame, a pharmacist with NDLA. She understands why I'm smiling. Okay. So, of course, we also need to recognize, I call him the action man, the chairman, the national chairman of the Association of Industrial Pharmacists, Pharmacist Ken Nugu. Thank you very much. So very soon we will kick off. We want to thank everyone that is seated here and every head of institution, captains of industries. We recognize your presence. We thank you for being here today to join us today, third day.
It's also a singular honor to recognize the Secretary of PMG Man, Pharmacist Frank Moneme, who is with us today. Please, let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. All right. Without much ado, we will be having two presentations this morning before we launch out. And the first will be from Mikano. So it is my pleasure to bring forward the representative of Mikano to come for their presentation. Please, let's put our hands together. We'll acknowledge him once. You have 15 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols duly observed. Good morning. My name is Gabi Alaridi. I'm the General Manager of Afri Medical Manufacturing and Supplies Limited, a sister company to Mikano International Limited. Today, I'm here to present the new company which was birthed in 2020 to bridge the gap in the Nigerian healthcare sector. So, AfriMedical purpose is to bridge the gap in the Nigerian healthcare sector in producing syringes. And this was planned 2 years ago up till date, and it will launch in the next 2 months. Not forgetting that in the pandemic, of COVID pandemic, we had to support the spread of COVID. So the first lines of AfriMedical was in producing face masks, sanitizing tunnels, and face shields. But the core business is syringes. So AfriMedical will be producing 1.5 billion syringes annually, making it one of the biggest industries in manufacturing of syringes in Africa. This factory is placed in Ogun State on Lagos Ibadan Expressway. The industry is built according to ISO and WHO standards. We have an array of syringes, starting with 0.5 immunization syringe. It's an auto-disable safety syringe that is the first time being produced here in Nigeria. It's along with 2 ml, 3 ml, 5 ml, and 10 ml syringes. Now here, we'll talk about the advantage of these syringes. The advantages here that we're bringing is that these syringes are produced in a factory that is fully automated, built according to WHO and ISO standards, and moreover, it's eco-friendly. These syringes are manufactured using 20 to 25% less plastic than any syringe found. So this is one of the advantages in the production of reducing plastic and the spread of plastic worldwide. It has also to bring here to the notice of the sterilization process. As we know, in the manufacturing of medical devices, they are sterilized using ETO. But here, in our facility, in our industry, we're using E-beam, electron beam, which is sterilized in using E-beam, which is safest method, 99.99% efficiency, making it faster to move into the market without having a quarantine days for it before it goes into the market, which is an advantage of safety and efficiency once it comes to sterilization. Also to say that only 5% of syringe manufacturers worldwide uses this technology. It's a very great investment that AfriMedical has gone to provide the best and most efficient sterilization in this production. So, as I said, AfriMedical syringe line will be launched in the next 2 months. From now, our sales will be through distributions, will be found in all clinics, institution centers across the nation, and also to be exporting across Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Mikano. I guess we'll get to you after this when you start, eventually. Okay, while he was making his presentation, we have a living legend walked in. That is none other than pharmacist Ahmed Yakasai, who was the chairman chairman of the opening ceremony yesterday. Please, can we put our hands together? Can we celebrate him? He's also known as a living ancestor. You're welcome, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to the next presentation for today. I believe the representative from Kachi Laboratories is ready. Kachi Laboratories? Okay. So we're taking this presentation, Kachi Laboratories. You have just about 10 minutes so that we'll get to know what you have to offer. Can we put our hands together as it comes forward? Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. Starting existing protocol, my name is Kizito Obilom. I work with Kachi. I am I'm a business development manager, and during the course of my discussion, I'll be talking about how we can play a role in the provision of quality medications. Okay, I'll begin with this. Yes. So, a famous saying by Louis Pasteur, which is, without laboratories, men, scientists are like soldiers without guns. Please, slide, please. Okay, thank you. So, basically, what we're trying to say is this. The burden of substandard medicines is a public issue, which usually emanates in the form of antimicrobial resistance, poor clinical outcomes, mortality and morbidity. And it is usually a problem in emerging and developing countries. It may have a significant impact on our economy. Obviously, we are aware of situations like falsified medications. I know that NAFDAC has done a lot of work combating that. However, there's also the emerging issue of standard medication, which, at point of testing and production, may meet standards, but during the life of the may have some challenges with sustained quality. Furthermore, economic challenges of the country, such as purchasing power, access to forex, there is increased pressure for manufacturers to begin to look for alternate solutions, which might also degrade the quality and can compromise our continuous culture as the pharmaceutical sector is known to be. Therefore, it is the responsibility of a QA, quality assurance, quality control laboratory to ensure that quality meets all local and international quality standards. So the question now is, what is Kachi doing to ensure that quality is sustained in the pharmaceutical value chain? And we have a few solutions, and I'll run through them. First of all, Kachi has for over 33 years been at the forefront of providing premium quality laboratory products and excellent after-sales support services to the private and the public sector. We are ISO certified, and we give state-of-the-art services in the following. We help to design, construct, and bench labs. We also help with provision of equipment sales. And that doesn't stop there. We are also equipped to install, calibrate, and even maintain and repair when they break down. Also, we also have opportunity of selling laboratory chemicals and consumables. And we also offer end-user training for the equipment that we install, coupled with our excellent after-sales service. And for certain manufacturers who have a run rate of chemicals and consumables that they use throughout the year, we have what we call a vendor stock management service that intelligently stocks for them and helps them to meet the supply chain, some of the supply chain challenges that they have. So we ensure that your laboratories are state-of-the-art and they meet internationally recognized provide internationally recognized qualitative products. And these are our partners. These are our partners that ensure that we're able to provide what we say we provide. And they include Thermo Fisher, Merck, Lisa, and Pasco. I'm sure these are brands that our QA people are very familiar with. In addition to that, we also have innovatively launched Kachi Laboratory Limited, an ISO NAIP accredited independent analytical lab that provides testing and certification services to our customers. Whether you're doing raw material testing or finished products, we are equipped to do this testing. And what do we have? We have the following equipment: state-of-the-art equipment, HPLC, GCMS, ICPMS, FTIR, LCMS, GC, and even the AAS. And this empowers us to provide accurate, independent analysis of items for use in life sciences, pharmaceuticals, food and beverage, agribusiness, and particularly even for exports. So we are poised as independent analysts to provide clear and objective information that will help you assure yourselves of the quality of what you produce. Please feel free to contact us, and we have a stand. We'll be willing to take any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kachi. Mr. Chairman, sir, distinguished special guests of honor, delegates of this 25th Annual National Conference of NAIP. It is my pleasure to bring forward at this time for a very brief goodwill message the National Chairman of NAPA, the National Association of Pharmacists in the Academia, Dr. Benga Ezekiel Akikumi. I think I saw him in the building. Oh, he just stepped out. Okay. Let's go on to PMG Man. We want to have just a very brief goodwill message from PMG Man to be given by Mr. Frank Moneme, the Secretary. Please, let's make welcome Mr. Moneme as he comes forward. You don't want to come? Okay, Napa will come after this. Very good.
Good morning, all. The immediate past president of Pharmacists Society of Nigeria, the chairman of NAIP, the secretary of Pharmacists Society of Nigeria, colleagues here, once again, I greet you all. I am here on behalf of the chairman of the group, Dr. Fidelis Ayebe, who was ably represented yesterday by no other person than the guest speaker and the chairman of Juhel, Pharmaceuticals. I want to once again congratulate the NAIP leadership for putting up yet another conference that speaks to the industry. As you are aware, NAIP is the engine room of the pharmaceutical manufacturing. And the theme of this conference captures it aptly. For us in the industry, we are looking forward to see how we can increase the number of products that are manufactured locally. And we cannot do this without the support of NAIP. Notwithstanding the numerous challenges the industry we are facing, I strongly believe that we'll make it happen. As a matter of fact, many of the industries, many of member companies are upgrading their facilities with the funds they were able to secure. Yes, so many people talk about the negative impact of the COVID-19 on the economy, but I can tell you that it was a wake-up call for the country. And I can tell you that the industry is still enjoying those great tidings that came out of the COVID-19. So once again, I want to congratulate the organizers of this team, this event, and we look forward to fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muneme from PMG Man. Our sincere regards to Mr. Chairman when he returns from his trip. Next will be Napa. And the goodwill message will be delivered by none other than the national chairman. Please, can we put our hands together for Dr. Gbenga Akikumi? That's the national chairman of NAPA, the National Association of Pharmacists in Academia.
Good morning, colleagues. It's wonderful to be here. I want to recognize the presence of my past president, Amelia Kasai. You're welcome, sir. The chairman of this occasion, Pharmacists Ekondayo. We appreciate you, sir. My chairman, Ken, well done. It's wonderful being here. I also recognize Professor Bale. Please permit me to just stop here. Everyone here is appreciated. It's wonderful to be here. I actually planned to be here yesterday, but my vehicle just suddenly developed faults, and I had to join the public transport, only to find the traffic on the road. So my apology that I was not here yesterday morning. It's been wonderful working with NAIP, and you've been having wonderful and good leaders. We have a pharmacist, Falabi here, the national secretary, who was a former past president, my friend Haji, and Ken. These people have done lots of work in supporting the program of NAIP, and they have actually collaborated with NAPA. You've heard what Professor Mafisi Esimene presented yesterday, talking about NAPA. Is actually that presentation was like a presentation on my behalf, which you see the work we've been doing. Presently, the third project is ongoing. Somebody was asking me yesterday about what is this project all about? What how are we doing it? So, as NAPA member, we write proposals. NAIP choose together with us, and then we select the best. That's how these first two products have been developed. So it's been wonderful being here. I've learned a lot since yesterday, and I decided to stay back today to also learn more. And I've seen a lot of new faces. Some of the members here have contacted me. We have started talking together already, apart from the level of NAIP individuals. So it's been wonderful, and we really appreciate what you are doing for the profession. We in academia, I want to tell you, my people, that there's no area of expertise that you need in your industry, in your company, that we don't have people capable of doing in NAPA. There's none. Starting from conception to marketing, we have professors that are not only experts here that are internationally acclaimed experts in every field. So all that we need is to just let's work together, apart from the level of NAIP, even at individual level. My chairman, Ken, has my number. He has my email. We are good friends. So in case you want to check any area, just any area in your, we can always refer you to appropriate persons. So I wish you continued blessings in this program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we're going to take another recognition. We have here with us Deputy Director from NAFDAC. Okay. So we'd just like to recognize you, pharmacists. Amon Emmanuel. Thank you very much. He will be part of the discussion that we're going to have later today. Also, now we're going to have goodwill message.
Next to give their goodwill message, it's my senior in Ife. Well, great Ife all the way. The Pharmaceutical Wholesalers Distributors Association of Nigeria, the national chairman, one and only pharmacist, Ernest Okafor, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Please let's make welcome this gentleman as he comes forward to talk on behalf of P. Wudan. Or is it Puda, you call it? Puda.
The chairman of the session, the past president of Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, advisor to PIDAM, members of the executives of NAIP, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you felicitations from PIDAM, the Pharmaceutical Wholesalers and Distributors Association of Nigeria, a body corporate that was inaugurated last year. And we had our first conference 2 weeks ago. PIDAM was formed out of the desire by few professionals in pharmacy to get it right in drug distribution. We have come to partner with stakeholders in pharma supply chain to bring the desired integrity in pharma distribution in Nigeria. In the coming months, we'll be partnering with retailers, manufacturers, and importers in an e-commerce platform so that the integrity of the products you produce and import is maintained. We are championing the initiative that NAFDAC, as a matter of policy, should make all products to have traceable tools, digital tools that can make those product packs be acceptable in the chain. And NAFDAC, in their last stakeholders meeting, is saying that there's no going back towards that. I love what we saw yesterday. I was there yesterday. And that was what moved me, motivated me to come for this session, which I know will be more insightful. Looking at the theme of your conference, you thought about challenges and solutions. I will say that we are part of the solution than a challenge. And we are partnering with NAIP to make sure that supply chain integrity is not in any way compromised. I once again thank you for giving us opportunity to talk with you at this time and wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Pharmacist Ernest Okafor. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to bring forward, to speak, to present the goodwill message from NAIP'S, the Nigerian representative of overseas pharmaceutical companies, the chairman of NAIP'S, president, forgive me, Mr. Femi Shoremeku, an honorary pharmacist he is. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much. Please permit me, I'm just coming in to stand on. I want to sleep on the existing protocols. Let me put it that way. Because everybody has been standing, some have been sitting. Let me sleep on it. Good morning, everyone. I'm the president of NAIP'S, and there has been a lot of collaboration with NAIP over the years, and I believe that there's a lot more that we're going to be doing together. Interestingly, a lot of the issues that NAIP brings up, tackles, asking the industry to support are things that we also share with them. The theme for this conference is really helped. It's really on point. Why? Because for the past few months, there's been a lot of things that we'll be looking at doing together. I'm willing to let out a little secret out of the bag for everyone to see that gradually our industry is going to be in a very strong position whereby we can always speak with one voice and get government to respond, understand the things that we need in the industry that cuts across. We were here yesterday and we had a presentation from Pharmacist Okoye, where he talked about the things that are happening in his own part, the PMG man aspect. And what's this little secret? And that is the fact that all of us in the industry, we're looking at coming together under one body that can talk to government. And this, for me, I think we should clap for ourselves. Even if you've not heard about it, I think we should clap for ourselves. Because this is an idea that in some other countries, they do and go to government with one voice. And all of us have really looked at it. NAIP, PMG-MAN, NAIP'S, APIN, IPMIN. And we've all said to ourselves, I think the issues that might be separating us are so minimal compared to the ones that can bring us together. So the theme is really helped. And I'm very happy that NAIP is spearheading this. There are a lot of things that NAIP has been doing, and I can assure you that NAIP'S will continue to work with them for us to achieve that. So I just want to congratulate NAIP for this laudable and wonderful theme that we're all going to be discussing today as well, from yesterday, today as well. And I wish all of us a very successful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to make a quick announcement. Thank you to everyone seated here, the chairman of today's event and all the delegates. Now we're going to go for tea break. So that's what we have right now, but this is the announcement. We'll let our special guests first. They will go out through the right door for tea break. We have tea on the left and on the right. So the hall is divided into two so that this section will go to this end, and then on this end you go to the right. But our special guests will step out first before every other person. So it's time for tea break, and then after that we'll be back. So, okay. So our special guests first, then half of the hall First to the left, and then half to the right.
Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, muscle pain, I mean joint pain, rub Neurogesic, put time go warm, go reach deep down, no wonder Neurogesic they really pay. Use Neurogesic if you get back pain,
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've been prevailed upon so suspend tea break for now. DJ, please.
They really pay. True. Neurogesic, it get power past pain. Neurogesic, now Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited, they make it.
We will go ahead to take the keynote for the day by pharmacist Jasper Onyeka, after which we'll now go for a tea break. I think we have an agreement on that. Okay. So it's my singular honor, therefore, to bring to the stage pharmacist Jasper Onyeka, the MD Impact Pharmaceutical, for the reading of his citation. Oh my goodness. All right. Forgive me. Let me recount on that. We must have the chairman's opening remarks before we bring forward pharmacist Onyeka. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo. He is the founder, group managing director. Let me allow him to step forward. Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo is the founder, group managing director, and chief executive officer of Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited. A 1979 graduate of the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University, from where he obtained his Bachelor of Pharmacy and MSc degrees. A core career production enthusiast, he started his manufacturing career with Glaxo Nigeria Limited in 1981 and later crossed over to Pfizer Products Limited, where he rose to the position of production manager in 1986. Pharmacist Ekundayo left to set up doing pharmaceuticals on contract in 1990 and thereafter proceeded to establish his own pharmaceutical company and named it Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited in 1991. Through his vision and tutelage, Drugfield has become a foremost indigenous pharmaceutical company in Nigeria with spread across the country and presence in many of the African sub-region. He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and the Nigeria Academy of Pharmacists. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce to us pharmacist Ekundayo, the chairman of this third day of NAIP'S conference.
Thank you very much. Let me first by recognizing in the House one of our foremost leaders. I describe him as the President Emeritus of PSN. And not only a man of pharmacy, he's also an ambassador plenipotentiary for a country. I'm referring to His Excellency Alhaji Yakasai. Many people probably don't know that you are an ambassador of a country. So, Your Excellency, we will welcome you. Let me also appreciate the leadership of our society, our association, PSN. I know the secretary is here, Pharmacist Benga Falabi. We thank you for what you are doing. Let me also thank the leadership of NAIP, an organization that has continued to transform getting bigger and better. Let me thank you for the honor that you have bestowed upon me to chairman this particular session. And I am thrilled by the theme of this year's program. Talks about opportunities, talks about technology, talks about solutions to problems. The truth is that the only thing, as we normally say it, that is constant is change. And when we say change, we're talking about transformation. And from the realm of the spirit, everything is possible. The one and only who has created this world declared it from the beginning that for as long as this earth remains, change, transformation must continue to take place. For those who are familiar with the Holy Book, the Bible, Genesis 8:22, it says, for as long as this earth remains, seed time, harvests, summer, winter, and so on, will not cease. What that means is that this world will keep changing. And of course, with every change comes with opportunities, infinite opportunities. And with those opportunities also come challenges. And out of those challenges come innovations. I remember many years ago at Pfizer, the company where I worked, and Professor Larry Bailey also worked, and we caught our expertise through our time at Pfizer. Some years back, during our time in Pfizer manufacturing, we were making injectables for human beings and animals in ampoules and vials. And then the change came from New York and said there has to be a transformation of standard. And we needed about $3 million US at that time to effect that transformation. Unfortunately, the business, because that was around the time that Nigeria was going through some economic, challenges of SAP. So the business could not support $3 million. And they said, shut it down. And I must confess to you that out of that situation, evolution also started. And that was one of the big reasons, project that took me to doing pharmaceuticals. That's why we don't have to see challenges like economic challenges of the time as if nothing good can come out of it. So what I'm saying in essence is that the world is constantly changing. Things that were being done by analog have now gone digital. In those days, the phone that we use, you had to hold a receiving or, one hand and use the other hand to dial. But now we have smartphones, we have computers. So I was very glad when we're talking about data centrality, because digitalization, the world that has gone digital, data is key. Information is power. And that's why I'm glad that NAIP has organized this conference to bring in people who can talk to us about the things we need to know so that we can be part of the transformation that is taking place at this time, even in pharmacy, in industrial pharmacy. In those days, the regulator, NAFDAC, was not what it is today. Why? Because standards have continued to change. Good manufacturing practices have continued to change. And no one can be stagnant. The things that NAIP is doing to bring in agents of transformation, those who have experienced and been part of change in their different fora, can talk to us so that we can share out of their own experiences and also become agents of change. So I want to congratulate NAIP for this. And I'm glad that most of us will go away from here refreshed, retooled, renewed, and ready to be part of the transformation. I was very glad when the man from, I actually thought he was going to talk to us about generators, Mikano. But look at what has happened. They are transforming. Now it's talking about producing syringes, 1.5 billion. And one thing I grabbed, when he was making his presentation as part of the change that is taking place was the sterilization of medical consumables. In the past, used to be by ethylene oxide sterilization, gas. But he says now they are going to use e-technology. I wanted to, if I had the opportunity, ask him, wait a minute. Your e-technology, what is it really? Is it gamma radiation, or what is it that is going to sterilize those things? But I think that's going to be for another forum. What am I saying in essence? Every one of us seated here, in our own respective endeavors, we are agents, we have been transforming. My company used to be a one-product company many years ago. One dosage form area, dermatology. Where we've gone beyond that over time, because that's what the world is about. The world keeps changing. We must be part of it. Once again, I congratulate NAIP. I had the chairman of NAIP talked about NAIP becoming a brand. And I agree with him, because they are standing out and we are seeing what they're doing and we are proud of what they do. So on behalf of all of us, I want to wish you the very best at this program. And I pray in our own world, in our own sphere of influence, we'll be agents of transformation, agents of change, from bad to good, from good to better, from better to best. Thank you very much.
A very big round of applause for the chairman of events, Pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo. Thank you so very much, sir. We are proceeding now to bring forward the guest speaker for this plenary session. And it's my singular honor to invite upstage Pharmacist Jasper Onyeka, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a Managing Director, Impact Pharmaceuticals Limited, for his citation. Pharmacist Jasper Onyeka is the chairman and chief executive officer of Impact Pharmaceutical Industries Limited. He holds a BPharm honorary degree from the University of Benin, honors, forgive me, and an MBA in management He is a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria and a Knight of St. Paul of the Anglican Communion. Pharmacist Onyeka has a wide professional experience in sales and marketing, production and quality assurance, and has attended many local and international business trainings, including the Lagos Business School. Born at Asaba in Delta State, he attended the University of Benin, graduating in second class upper division in 1978. He has had a wide professional experience in most aspects of pharmacy, ranging from community pharmacy, sales and marketing, production and quality assurance, inspection and inspectorate services, experiences gathered while working in various multinational companies as production manager, sales and marketing manager, a member of state inspectorate services while he was state chairman of PSN in Enugu State. He capped his services in the multinational company as area manager East and area manager North for Welcome Nigeria Limited and SKG Pharma Limited, respectively. In 1995, pharmacist Jasper Onyeka left the services of SKG Pharma to set up his own pharmaceutical company, manufacturing company, Impact Pharmaceutical Industries Limited, Enugu. Today, Impact Pharmaceuticals is one of the leading manufacturing companies in the Southeast that manufactures a wide range of trusted products, numbering up to 30. Jasper is a diligent professional, an astute manager of men and resources, a resourceful and resilient entrepreneur, a philanthropist, and a successful pharmacist in the industry. Pharmacist Jasper has contributed to the growth of pharmacy right from his student days in his capacities as the national president PANS, state chairman PSN, chairman of local and national organizing committees of PSN, national conferences, and has served the NAIP creditably as the longest serving zonal chairman Southeast Zone. He deserves an applause for that. Pharmacist Onyeka has presented many papers as keynote speaker in state and national conferences and has many publications to his credit, including a handbook of pharmaceutical facility auditing and validation practices. He co-authored with Professor Jacob Onyechi of University of Nigeria in Nsukka. Pharmacist Onyeka is happily married to a pharmacist. Lady Chinwe Onyeka, fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, retired as Assistant Director of Pharmacy, National Orthopedic Hospital in Enugu. They are blessed with equally successful children, one of whom is also a pharmacist. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Pharmacist Jasper Onyeka for his speech.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, my friend and brother Ikundayo, Chairman NAIP. I can't see the living legend anymore. Has he just disappeared? You know, ancestors can disappear. So I was going to recognize him. Past chairman of NAIP, Professor Laribari, chairman, or is it president? No, chairman Napa. And ladies and gentlemen, please, my crave your indulgence to stand on the existing protocol. My topic this morning is technology, regulation, data centricity, in strengthening the local capacity as pharma industries evolve. In fact, you want to move it there. Not too close. Yes, I was saying that this topic had an additional one, NAPA NAIP experience. And you can see that I have expunged that aspect of the paper because I'm sure those who listened to Professor Simonye yesterday will know that he has done justice to that segment of my paper. So I actually expunged it. Number two is that I was getting worried that too many things have been packed into this, my paper. Each of them is a whole paper of its own. Talking about technology, it's going to take us some good time to talk about. And regulation, I'm sure everybody is worried about it. It's an issue of pain to everybody now. And then you talk about data centricity. Again, my chairman has done a good job on that this morning because when he was doing his introduction, he actually talked about digitizing and the data, use of data for manufacturing purposes. So again, he has done part of my job. Yesterday's chairman, the living legend, also has veered into a little bit of my paper. I have done some presentation on regulation. So my job this morning is a little simpler, and I'm going to leverage on it because I actually had to do a lot of write-up to try to condense the presentation so that we can have this presented in about 30 to 40 minutes. So I'll be likely doing a lot of reading and avoid some digressions that will make us spend more time. I talked about this topic being very wide. It depends on what area of the thematic area that we want to concentrate. Let's have an overview of the various three areas I want to talk about: technology, regulation, and data centricity. Again, while doing this paper, I knew I would be talking to gurus in the pharmaceutical industry who are used to pharmaceutical equipment, hardware, and so on. So what am I going to be telling you about rotary tablet press? What am I going to be telling you about FBDs and so on? So I decided to center on disruptive areas of the industry, areas of innovation, which will be of interest. Because going forward, we know that the pharma hardware is the core of the industry. But these days, in addition to pharma hardware, the industry is using a lot of data and innovative technology to make production easier, faster, more precise, and smarter. As we speak, over 90% of pharma hardware is still imported with little or no capacity for the local content. Now, I'm talking about technology. Manufacturing is in the midst of profound period of change, characterized by dramatic gains in productivity powered by technology. By this development, small and medium-sized manufacturers gain access to innovations previously available only to their heavily capitalized enterprise competitors. So this has leveled the playing ground and making better products. Now let's look at the practical ways the present manufacturers are using or will use technology to boost competitive advantage. Historically, the major evolutions in manufacturing have been linked to technology change, starting with the first steam industrial revolution, and then followed by steep changes that came with electric power, and then the advent of computers. We have now reached what is called Industry 4.0. So what is Industry 4.0? This is known as the fourth industrial revolution. And it is the digital transformation of manufacturing, production, and the industrial value chain. Digital transformation goes beyond just using computers. Computing has already changed the factory environment. For instance, the use of computer-aided devices and softwares have changed the way we do the rest of the other things. Whereas a digitized value chain further improves how we get about connecting suppliers, inventory, manufacturing, logistics, and so on, even marketing. As manufacturing moves into the fourth industrial revolution, product-based businesses must consider how the evolution of technology will improve their productivity. For manufacturers, technology is any tool that enables production and maximizes each worker's effort. Let's look at examples of technological input like service softwares. For SMEs, this will mean to have supply chain management, inventory, batch tracking, and so on. We talked about these ones, areas that technology can actually impact positively towards how we do the manufacturing business. Robotics are not new to the industry, but these days they are getting smarter, they are getting smaller, they are getting cheaper, and more connected and more mobile. We are not new to wearable technology in our industry these days. Wearable devices have gone beyond handheld devices to wearable devices like your smart wristwatches and GPS trackers, RFID sensors. All these can track movement within the production floor or within the warehouses. Technology boosts productivity in the workplace in several overlapping ways. Technology also simplifies tasks by automating them. For manufacturers, automation can look like as little as scanning barcodes instead of typing product codes into a spreadsheet. That is technology, that is automation. This eliminates errors and frees the employee's time for more value-adding activities instead of work that add little to value. You can also reset through technology softwares, you can set up reorder levels that are automatically activated when stock depletes. And you have reorders being placed without managers having to worry about stock out and so on. But when you get to repetitive and yet precise work, such as picking, packing, and loading, this can be done by robots, as is common in today's industry. Today, 26% of our day is wasted on avoidable administrative tasks, unnecessary tasks, and outdated ways of working. Now, in sales force, imagine that your sales team is out on the road selling products across the country while they don't have access to the warehouse, what is available, customers, order history, credit terms, and so on. This can make them lose sales opportunities. Then productive employers also need access to information, such information from the factory. Digital tools such as Slack and Zoom help employees stay connected. Again, with the advent of COVID, Zoom has become very popular, and people get connected here and there. They can have meetings even while driving on the highway, and so on. All these have improved how we do business. Now, cloud-based inventory management softwares also give widespread access to inventory, sales, and so on. Theoretically, staff can waste hours of their day searching through spreadsheets and large data sets for information. While investing on technology, on the right technology, keeps your business information organized and accessible to managers. Employees alike can quickly find what they're looking for or what they need and get information on real-time basis without really having to waste time looking for this through large spreadsheets. Warehouses are also full of a lot of inefficiencies. So, and technology has cut this down by cutting off all these wastages, by organizing how information from warehouses can be accessed and then presented as real-time data for use in packing lists, navigation of warehouse, and so on. Then in the all-important area of quality assurance, we know that this can be a wasteful process if the right technology is not applied. So the fourth industrial revolution has also introduced quality assurance softwares that you can use to ensure that whatever you do, you get it right first time, and then you do not have to get into wastages or reworking and so on. So this has been so important that it has even become a quality standard. The quality management systems applications have come to be known as Quality 4.0. And then robots can be used to inspect products for faults, and they are usually more efficient and affordable than relying on installed solutions. Cloud-based software function as a single source of information for quality data and standard operational procedures, which reduces miscommunication and simplifies data management. They are analyzing data generated with a digitized production value chain, uncovers opportunity and risks. For example, productive For example, in predictive analysis, this can be aided by softwares. And we're talking about how these solutions aid what we're doing. Technology has also transformed buyer-to-buyer habits. Today, customers' interactions are processed digitally, whether it is through mobile, social media, or e-commerce, or by simple automation. Gartner research found that when buyers are considering a purchase, they spend about 20% of their time researching independently online. Analyzing this data allows you to create customer profiles and track and analyze the customer journey by having real-time information. This, in time, fosters sales and enhances customer relationship performances. Then let's talk about the area of digitization, which the chairman sensitized us about. Digitization is often overshadowed by other technological approaches. Like manufacturers are always anxious to get smarter machines, faster machines, and cheaper, as the case may be, and other considerations. However, digitization can provide a huge advantage over all these, over newer machines that you might get, smarter machines, and so on. Now, what is actually digitization? Let's try to define that. This can be defined as a process of taking non-digital, I call it analog numerical from data, or data in formats of information and turning it into digital format. Again, it looks like we're using a lot of digital to define digitization, but you can't really do away from it. But that is exactly what digitization means, converting analog data to digitized data. Processes and systems can, however, remain the same, even when they have been digitized. For instance, if you go from writing invoices to creating them on Microsoft Word, or going from signing physical contracts to getting e-signatures via email, or using what we now call the DocuSign application. The DocuSign application is a legally recognized application that you can use to execute your signature, even in distant places. If I have a contract to sign in the United States, for instance, I do not have to travel there. By virtue of the DocuSign application, I can write from my phone, execute that document, and it becomes legal. And then you can imagine how much time has been saved by doing that. So DocuSign is coming up now as a veritable tool for executing contracts. Now let's look at how digitizing processes have further gone to improve what we do. The noun area of cloud technology, otherwise known as cloud computing or cloud technology computing, is the delivery of services through the internet, such as data storage, servers, databases, networking, and softwares. Cloud computing makes it possible to save files to remote databases and retrieve them on demand. You're probably not strangers to applications like Google Drive, Dropbox. These are some examples. Today's manufacturing demands have changed. Customers now want shorter cycles of product to market schedules. So the industry has to get more responsive and, in fact, get smarter in order to meet global market demands. This means that manufacturers must be efficient, produce high-quality products, and remain agile. On-premises platforms often cannot keep up with demands of modern manufacturing. For example, during the advent of the COVID vaccine, it became necessary for Pfizer, BioNTech, and related companies to produce large quantities of vaccine that the world needs. The same thing for the Indian companies. So such massive demand on products had to be aided by cloud-based softwares that will shorten the production cycle and attempt to meet world demands, which had grown above expected leaps and bounds. A cloud-based inventory management system also reduces manufacturing employees' inventory management workload around reordering stock. We've talked about this before. Now, when this happens in the industry, what are you doing? You create more time for people for your human employees to do value-added tasks that increase productivity, so that softwares can do some other jobs that really don't need human input. We talked about selling without the proper tools. This can be very difficult when salesmen are in the field and they are not having the necessary information. Cloud inventory management softwares enable businesses to make the most of their resources to forecast demand and plan ahead to try to be proactive, thereby dramatically reducing waste of all kinds. Now let's look at the area of robotics in the industry. Again, this is not new to the pharma industry, but in Nigeria, I don't think that is being used very much. But in the advanced world, we know that robotics is increasingly being relevant and is taking over most of the job that humans are doing. The first industrial robot was installed in the General Motors factory in 1961. You can see how many years ago robots have been around. Since then, robots have played an ever-increasing and important role in helping manufacturers lower production costs by improving productivity and thereby still remaining competitive. Industrial robots used to be large, loud, mainframe, massively powerful, and often used in cages that separate them from humans. But today, we're having a new generation of robots that reflect the changing landscape in the economy. These robots are eminently agile and can work in conjunction with humans. So today's robots are quick to set up, smaller, and can work alongside humans more safely. Industrial robots are now a key tool for manufacturers of all sizes wanting to maximize efficiency, competitiveness, and productivity. Let's look at the common types of robots that are used, especially in our kind of industry. We have industrial robots, which are the traditional blanket term for robots performing assembly, packaging, picking, and so on the production line. Then collaborative robots are more user-friendly. They can work along with humans in the workplace, and they can collaborate to work together with humans, and they're actually trainable. Then you have telepresence robots. These are kind of computers on wheels that can be programmed to do stuff in the factory from place to place. You can actually call it iPad on wheels. Then you have the noun area of self-driving vehicles. The veritable tool for doing jobs that we are hitherto very dangerous and difficult to reach places, where you can use self-driving vehicles to navigate warehouses, handle hazardous materials, do loading and offloading in very difficult to reach places and terrain. So to underscore the importance of these robots, the worldwide shipment of warehouse and logistic robots have grown rapidly from 194,000 units annually in 2018 to 935. That's like a 5-fold increase up to 2022. And the worldwide revenue has grown to up to $30 billion by 2022. The Boston, this research was done by a Boston consulting group. And in this firm, where my son also works here, he actually gave me this data, that it's estimated by 2025 that robotics will boost productivity by 30% in many industries, and then lower production costs by about 18%. Of course, this is in the what you call first world developed countries like US, China, Japan, and Germany. I'm sure we're not expecting to see Nigeria there yet, but I'm sure we'll get there. So other advantages of robotics in our industry, we have talked about some of them: encouraging effective growth. And as many companies start to produce industrial robots, costs have actually come down. In the past 30 years, the average price of a robot has dropped by less than half, honestly. And the price tag for smaller robots of pieces of robotic hardware are now affordable, even for small businesses. For example, a British firm, Automata, sells articulated industrial robots. Articulated robots are actually quite big robots that are massive, but you can get that for as low as 8,000 pounds, while the smarter new robots have been reduced to handheld PLC and smaller controls rather than the mainframe panels that you have with articulated robots. Then you talk about the area of maintaining quality and consistency. Industrial robots can maintain a higher level of production quality with greater precision and reliability. The ability to deliver consistent, high-quality performance in a short period of time means that manufacturers can ramp up production without worrying about a drop in quality. We've talked about the area of creating value-added jobs. Then the areas that we use robots are already, I talked about some of them already: handling materials, yes, I don't want to go through all that, but assembling lines where you have repetitive jobs being done by robots, and so on. Let's skip that. I've talked about that before. And so by reviewing what we have been saying, talking about technology and disruptive technology in the fourth industrial revolution, you can see that we kept talking about data. There's nothing that would have done there without data. So in our next section of the discussion, which is data centricity, you see we already talked so much about data in technology. So it's therefore clear that data is tied inseparably to technology. This perspective has been driving virtually all sectors of device and information technology. Whether it is data that drives the information technology worldwide, like I call digital data, or the data in facts and figures of analog databases we normally use for manual statistics, they all provide insight into budgeting, economy, and prospecting. Data is central in every aspect of the industry, from disease patterns, patients' behavior, market trends, and insights, R&D, intellectual property, brand protection, and pharmaceutical marketing generally. Investment decisions must be data-driven if the industry must go in the right direction. For example, why is everybody doing almost the same kind of products? There are a lot of Me Too kind of products here and there. But if there is enough data about different products, people can easily branch off and begin to do different products that have a lot of marketing advantages. And then generally you see that data gives us opportunity to do smart and smarter decisions. Marketing information and data go hand in hand. So if we must get it right with market, then data is very central. The evolution of pharma will be dependent on marketing the right, making the right investments that yield the right returns and deliver unexpected outcomes. Again, this will be data-driven. Rational drug use and research and development are tied to the use of relevant data. These are actually the fulcrum for industrial growth. Now, it has been seen by our discussion that how we can use data to design software tools that in turn help to organize data and present the same data back to you for real-time access and usability. So let me quickly run to the last lap of this discussion, which is regulation. In Nigeria, the whole concept of pharma regulation and innovativeness seem to replicate what I call the African concept of echoing a song that is being sung elsewhere. So maybe a song that is being sung in India or China, and we just echo such songs here, hook, line, and sinker, without introspection into our peculiar circumstance, our peculiar capabilities, competencies, circumstances, adaptabilities, and so on. So the same concept have been replicated in other areas. When people are singing about climate change, we echo. But we don't know what they really do. Singing about renewable energy, we echo. Even in the whole area of food, of world energy and food crisis, they're also echoing along, but our farmers cannot engage their farmlands anymore. So, but these are not areas that we are concerned with today. We are looking at what regulation is. Typically, regulation can be defined as a combination of legal, administrative, and technical measures that agencies take to ensure the safety, efficacy, and quality of medicines, as well as the relevance and accuracy of product information. As a result of this definition, we expect regulators to partner with the industry, lending a helping hand and encouraging industry players to cautiously upgrade facilities with the aim of achieving the set goals of quality, safety, and efficiency earlier stated. Enabling access should be the focus of regulation, regulatory bodies, and also in the next decade. One of the ways to achieve this is to develop a tiered access to models to fast-track establishment of smart laboratories in several cities across Nigeria. Sorry. I skipped this already, but I think it's important that we look at this. The proposed pharmacy laws that are awaiting passage by the National Assembly may address this and other issues that open up opportunities in this area. Again, while expecting this, it's also hoped that excessive regulation will not hamper even the laws that are yet to be made. Because today, several speakers have told us how the industry is overregulated. And sometimes this is being done without reference or without acknowledging the various peculiarities we have in this country. Even the government that is almighty and has all the resources cannot maintain a steady power, cannot maintain water, cannot give you effective communication. But in the industry, we are supposed to live above all this and be sure that what we are doing is regular, our power is regular, water is regular, and so on. You more or less have to provide your own water board, your own electricity company, and your own MTN in your industry, if you must get it right. Today, there are so many lopsided regulatory policies that tend to work at cross purposes with each other and the real objective of regulation itself. For example, why do we have like a one-size-fits-all standard for the pharma industry, GMP? I mean, like GMP standards. Every company these days, according to NAFDAC, will be almost driving to WHO standard. And sometimes newer companies are prevented from taking off. I think I had a presentation of Kano. Was it Kano? That was saying a company has been set up 2 years from now, it has not taken off. So these are things that set back the industry. I believe what is done in other climes where there are various standards, where manufacturers decide on where to pitch. And then you know the standard applicable at that level, you operate at that level, and your products will be circulated at that level of competence and skills. Again, rationale, for instance, for preventing or restricting manufacturers from registering new products or renewing already registered ones while striving to meet new CGMP standards being introduced in the industry. And I don't know, this touches on some maybe manufacturer area. Why, for instance, does a pharmacist need to pay for and obtain a chemical permit to import simple, non-controlled raw materials, even when his PCN licenses have authorized him so to do? I'm sure you go back and read your licenses again, and you begin to wonder why you have to pay for another license to import something that is not a controlled raw material. What is the real value, for instance, in restricting the number of products registrable in a quarter by a pharmaceutical industry player? I don't think that goes to help the industry. Again, why, for instance, does PCN still insist on the outdated, over 60 years old policy? I think that policy is over 100 years, of 200 meters between retail and wholesale businesses, instead of embracing the modern business model of competition improves services, and the modern business model of an investment has a prerogative to cite his investment, because he's investing his money where he pleases. Such policies go to hamper the operation of the downstream player in the pharmacy value chain. And you know what that does to the industry? The downstream players in the pharma value chain provide the expected demand pool for the industry to thrive. And so this has to be looked at once again. like I said earlier, these downstream players actually provide the volumes that drive demand at the industry level. All these and many more call for constant collaborative engagement between NAFDAC, PCN, NDLA, the ports, the custom, and so on, to ensure synergy instead of discord in the industry. Regulators and regulation should become facilitators of expanding access to wholesome medicines and pharmacy care to the larger Nigerian marketplace. Such agencies at every level should streamline the process of registering products and outlets for wholesale, retail, importation, and manufacturing purposes in ways that encourage industry growth. Regulators should aim at registering new products within 3 months at the max. And this can be achieved in many ways. For example, I believe that regulators can partner with international organizations for licensing of manufacturing laboratories in countries of interest and issue administrative approvals to intending importers and manufacturers to commercialize their products. And then collaborate with companies or countries with comparative quality standards and issue approvals to such manufacturers who are already approved in these countries. I believe that we look at this more in a collaborative form. Some of these bottlenecks can actually be removed. In conclusion, the pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria has great potential for growth and can potentially reach a contribution to national GDP of 4 billion over the next decade. Right now, somebody says, where are we? Right now, the pharma industry is contributing less than 1% to the national GDP. And when our GDP was 485, you now know what it translates to if you calculate the contribution of the pharma industry. Actually, it has been less than 1 billion in the recent time. So, but this is actually hoping that the national GDP will grow to the 600s and above. Right now, and again, you know where we are. They recently rebased their GDP, puts Nigerian GDP at about 472. And that's hoping that that is the right rebasement of the current GDP. Then the GDP per capita in Nigeria now is, I think the last figure I have is just a little above 1,000, closing to 2,000. But we're expecting that when the GDP per capita gets up to $4,000 in the next decade, and GDP per capita, we're talking about the contribution of each person, each Nigerian, to the total GDP of the country. So this is being hoped that by the time we achieve these levels, the pharma industry can give us up to $4 billion, and the national GDP per capita will actually come to $4,000 or thereabout. Now, in achieving this, I'm sure you know there are a lot of demons or demons to surmount. And we need a lot of fasting and prayer to cast out these demons in the industry. These issues can actually be categorized in different buckets. For instance, how do we expand access to wholesome medicines and good pharma care for more Nigerians? How can we distinguish the practice from the business of pharmacy? Sometimes this is really a crossroad we don't know which comes first. Is it the practice? Sometimes the practice of pharmacy is in crossroad with the business of pharmacy, and the entrepreneur is usually at a crossroad. How can we work to achieve inclusion of various stakeholders within the industry? Again, I talked about at the beginning the dearth of necessary and skilled manpower in the industry, both for fabrication and management and so on and so forth. There is an increased demand for human capital and requisite skills and competencies in the country. And I believe this can be achieved by us copying the Brazilian model. Brazil is a South American country that is just like Nigeria, the same weather, almost the same population, and so on. But you can't believe what they are doing with industry. And any industry, any equipment manufacturer has a responsibility to set up down the chain training workshops in most of the states of the country. So by so doing, some of those workshops are as small as on-wheel training workshops, where the machineries they produce, even up to cars being assembled or trucks being assembled, are completely knocked down, and then people are trained on an ongoing basis how to assemble, couple, maintain, and so on. Because here in the industry, many times we spend millions of dollars buying current equipment, and by the time you install it, the first flash of the epileptic power sends that machine back to the manufacturer. And you find the company shutting down and having to bring somebody from China, India, or Germany to come and fix this. Then I'm sure you know how much of production time that gets lost, and capital that is lost as a result of that. The industry needs to make conscious effort to welcome investment capital by accepting the very vital place of the investing public. Again, clear lines, clear timelines have to be set on this. And we're looking at, I was actually suggesting a 20-year rolling plan for all this to be achieved, both at the regulatory level and at the industry level. The relevant agencies of government will need to facilitate collaboration between local industry and select industrial companies. To enable us develop this. I've been given time to wind up, but I did tell you earlier that this is 3 topics in one that you're giving me. So I'm just trying to do justice to all of them. Thank God I had to expunge the NAIP component that has been eloquently done by the eminent professor yesterday. So as I begin to close, I said this can be done within a 20-year rolling plan. If the current approach is continued, industry growth will remain stunted with attendant negative impact on health and well-being of Nigerians. Finally, there should be an intensive interrelationship between technology, regulation, and data in the emerging growth of the pharma industry. This synergy is needed, very, very necessary to furthering the growth of the industry. I'm sure some of you are conversant with this young lady. She is one of the modern collaborative robots called cobots. And this lady is smart lady, I think if the operator can double click on this lady, she'll be able to tell us what she does. And so on, as smart as that. But in summary, this lady has been created by humans, and she claims that she's more intelligent than the creator. She's more intelligent than the creator, which is true. She can process hundreds of thousands of data and present it back to you in real time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we celebrate our guest speaker for today, Pharmacist Jasper Onyeka, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, MD, Impact Pharmaceuticals. Thank you for that detailed presentation. Thank you very much, sir. That was very detailed. I believe we've all gained something today. So we'll move on quickly, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to quickly recognize a few people that are seated here. We have with us the immediate past chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku. He walked in. We hadn't recognized him, but we just want him to take a bow. Thank you very much, sir. Also, right here with us is the guest speaker that we'll be having very soon or later today. He's also here in our midst. We have with us Dr. Steve Onya, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, the chairman and CEO of healthcare. Also, we have with us a distinguished professor. We have Professor Chimezie Ayakura, the CEO, Bloom Public Health, here with us too. We'll give you a bit of time later. Okay. So we're moving on quickly. We are going to take another session of this event before we go for tea break. We're going to have presentation of awards. I will call on the following distinguished guests to help with this, and they will be assisting the national chairman, who will also make a brief and quick presentation before the awards will be presented. So I will call on our special guests today that will help make this presentation. First, I will call Professor Larry Bale, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, who is also the BOT chairman. So please come forward, sir. You're going to help us with this presentation of awards. Also, to assist with this is Pharmacist Benga Falabi, who is also the National Secretary of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow PSN, and a former chairman of NAIP as well. Thank you very much, sir. Also, to line up on this list, of course, is the immediate past chairman as well of NAIP, Pharmacist Ignatius Anuku, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. We'll need you here too. And I will now call on Pharmacist Ken Onugu, who is the chairman, the present national chairman of NAIP. He will make a presentation before we go straight to the awards.
Hello, Raji. Yeah, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we are told that the radical problems requires a surgical excision. The pharma industry is actually undergoing a very difficult time right now. We are faced with a lot of challenges. For us at NAIP, we have tried as much as possible to handle as many public projects as possible, starting from the NAIP Health Estate in Ogun State. Recently, we established what we call the Pharma Park, the Source City in Ebonyi State. All these programs actually are geared towards the public. And we believe that honestly, it's high time we start taking care of the primary owners of NAIP, the members. From the takeoff of NAIP in 1978 to the date, we have been moving our meetings, our conferences, our tenancy from one place to the other without actually having a place we can call our own. And we feel that honestly, it is the right time for NAIP to have a structure, an admin block we can call NAIP House. And I want to tell you that what we are seeing there is a 3D structure of what we intend to do in the next couple of, let me say, if we can do it in 6 months' time, to God be the glory. If we achieve it in a year or 2 years, But honestly, this is where we are going. And we want to use this opportunity because to draw the attention of the audience, particularly our major sponsors too, to help us, to assist us in making sure that this project becomes a reality. One thing this conference has exposed is that we have folks like a Polaris Bank. Honestly, I did not expect the level of support Polaris Bank has given us. And Polaris Bank is turning out to be the most friendly bank for the pharma industry. Congratulations, sir. And they have done what they are doing today. They have done with ACPN, and they are repeating it with NAIP. And I have a privileged information they are going to extend that same good level of gesture to NAPA, and perhaps PSN as a national body. Of course, Mikano, we have not known Mikano. We have always known Mikano as generators. But today, we are glad to hear that there's Mikano heads. And my friend that came from Mikano made a very wonderful presentation. At least we can now know that we can produce syringes, 0.5, 2 mil, 3 mil, 5 mil, to up to 1.5 distance in a year. That's a very wonderful distance, and I think the future looks very, very bright for Mikano. A few days ago, we paid tribute to Kachi Laboratories. And what we saw at Kachi Laboratories made us to somehow ask ourselves, can we do it with NAFSA? Because we are planning to establish a lab with NAFSA, the Association of Pharmacists and Pharmaceutical Scientists in Diaspora in America. So, but when we visited the Kachi, what we saw there, honestly, is mind-boggling. You won't believe it. The level of instrumentation they have there is unbelievable. And I'm happy that Kachi is also one of our major sponsors today. And as I'm talking to you right now, the president of PSN and Professor Simone, they are actually inspecting what is going on at NAPSA. Before now, at Kachi. Before now, Sprozil has been like a major sponsor, the only one coming around to support whatever we are doing. Of course, you know, Sprozil to be associated with the mobile authentication site, MAS labels. Some people did not know about also M-Pedigree. But honestly, M-Pedigree has also taken the bull by the horn. They are one of our major sponsors for the dinner we are going to have tonight. So congratulations, M-Pedigree. And I won't forget to mention Ugolab from Kano, and in short, wonderful support from them. And you can see the water we are having on the table, courtesy of Man Baker, and a lot of tremendous support from this. I feel that honestly, before we disperse or some people start living here, it is a good conscience for some of us to take note of some of these milestones. I wish you the very best. So please, tonight, let me hand over the microphone to my boss, the chairman of Board of Trustees, Professor Ledebare, to conclude the afternoon session, which will just take less than 10 minutes or 5 minutes, then we'll go for tea break. Thank you once again for your patience.
I've been here since all protocols observed to the chairman and all eminent personality. I've been here since yesterday, and I've just been hearing great effect, great effect, great effect. So I have just one singular opportunity to also mention some other universities. I'm happy to have here some of the graduates from ABU. I saw 2 or 3 of them yesterday. So can you please stand up for very special recognition? Stand up for recognition. Great. 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 And I just wanted you to see them, because if we call too much of great effect, we have military personnel to arrest you, lock you up forever. It's a pleasure as well. I do know as well there are UNILAG people here. Am I correct? It's a young university for pharmacy. UNILAG, please stand up, the Akokites and the great Idiarabas. Because I had my 2nd degree in UNILAG, so it's also great. And they have come on board so fast, so great. I mean, if they were not among the top, the first 4, but when they came up, they have moved so fast. And they are already competing with the first 4, including the Lions and the Great Effect. Today, I'm privileged to present an award to a great Pfizerite who resumed in Pfizer on February 2nd, 1982. He used to work for Glaxo, and from Pfizer, he built himself up, started a factory from ground zero. that has been able to compete with any of the other multinationals today. I'm not here to read the citation. It's just a very special pleasure for me. Every time I see a Pfizer person succeed, it's as if, there's something inside of me that just gives me happiness. Because somebody like me, I spent 25 years with Pfizer, but I couldn't continue active role in pharmaceutical. I was dumped in the teacher, a local teacher. So it's a pleasure to call on the chairman for today, who has been so kind. He's a very busy person, makes a lot of money every second, so he finds it very difficult to leave his factory. But he came here as a sign of respect to us. He has been able to chair this occasion. And so on behalf of the National Association of Industrial Pharmacists, that's what we used to call it, our Association of Industrial Pharmacists of Nigeria, would like to present this to you, sir. I was told you have to come here so that your picture can be behind you. Thank you, sir. So this is for you, to pharmacist Olakunle Ekundayo, the great group MD of drug feed, the first pharmacist to specialize. He has also set up factories for other people as well, and he's done very well. But today, he's more known for his role in drug feed, and he's been a pioneer in specialized preparations of various dosage forms now. He started from creams, and now he's into many, many things. Congratulations, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So who's giving this? It's a pleasure to call on the second recipient. The second recipient is a great man after my heart. When I was told he's married to a pharmacist, I was very happy because I'm also married to a pharmacist. But when I was told he has a child who's a pharmacist, I sent a text to my wife, we need to do it tonight to produce. We need to produce a pharmacist. Because my kids, my kids used to ask me, why didn't you do engineering? Why didn't you do medicine? And I was just trying to say, I was admitted for medicine. I left medicine because I was told that I could not compete in pharmacy. And that was annoying to me. So I moved from medicine to pharmacy. During registration for medicine, the head of pharmacology for medicine happens to be a pharmacist, Professor Swede. And he looked at my result and said, oh, you have 13 points for you. I said, yes, sir. Why do you want to read medicine? I said, because that's the course for anybody who did Fikemba. And said, no. In medicine, we take people with 6 points. In pharmacy, we don't take anybody that has less than 10 points. Are you afraid to compete? And that was all I needed. And I changed from medicine to pharmacy. I have no regrets today. So in an attempt to tell, my kids are very mathematically oriented. They are great in mathematics. I wanted to let them know that pharmacy is tougher than any other courses. So I used to tell them this is the only course you do that you score less than 0. In case they are non-pharmacists here, this is the only course you do you score less than 0. You can score minus 60 in dispensing. In pharmacy, there's nothing like calling somebody your classmate. Because some people you call your classmate, you met them in part 1 to become classmate. You met some people in part 2. You met some people in part 3. You met some people in part 1 now that it became part 4. So by the time you are graduating, only about 1/4 to 1/3 of your original classmates are together with you. And so when they say some people are your classmates, you are no longer too sure. Now to have somebody as a pharmacist, his wife as a pharmacist. And so when I share this story with my kids, they know in mathematics you can score 100%. So they didn't want to do a course where you can score minus 60. So they ran away. But he and his wife must have been great model to their kids and did not tell this side of the story to the kids. So one of them ended up being a pharmacist. It's a great joy to call a triple pharmacist Jasper Onyeka, who happens to be the keynote speaker to come on board and take his award. And the guy is going to give the award. Remember, I'm just Bale. The Bale is a community head. The full eulogy is actually, let me interpret it well, the husband of the community, Bale Okolu. Because I'm so young and so small and my height is not sufficient to give this kind of award to Jasper. We're going to ask a prince, whose father is also a fellow of the Medical Society and also a pharmacist. And so he is better positioned to give the award than me, who is a half pharmacist. So will you please give the award?
Well, thank you very much, LB. He has done all that so that those angry that the tea break were suspended will at least have a cause to smile and, forgive us for what we have done. But honestly, it's been a great pleasure to be concluding the morning session, and especially the lecture that was given by our brother, Jasper. I mean, I was like, is there another keynote? Really? Because I'm sure that it would be something that would be shared, and we really need to sit and review and, bring it down to actionable points, what we can do in the short term, the ones medium and the long term ones. We know the lady may not come here until another 20 years. So it's my pleasure this afternoon to give this award to pharmacist Jasper Onyeka, FPSN, the founder, CEO of Impact in Enugu, far away in Enugu, and a very long-sitting, NAIP chair of Enugu zone. And he's done great work for NAIP and for colleagues from that axis and in that axis. Please, let's celebrate him. And at this 25th annual conference of NAIP, it's my great pleasure to present this award as the speaker of the second plenary session. This conference holding 14 to 16 June 2022, signed by the chairman and the secretary. Congratulations, sir.
The award, please, ladies and gentlemen. And while accepting this, I want to inform Bale that University of Benin is one of the foremost pharmacy schools. And so I want to let you know that I'm a product of University of Benin. And here, I'm sure there are many people from University of Benin. If you are, please stand up and give a shouting offering. You can see, this is not ABU, and we have people from all walks of life. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, sir. A big congratulations to our awardees. Thank you very much for taking time to be with us today. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, since we're all announcing our universities, because each time he takes the mic, he wants to announce Great Ife. Please let me announce my own. Greatest UIs. All right. Great. No, we're ahead. We're still plenty. Enough hands to raise. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of today's occasion, and everyone seated here. Thank you very much for staying through the first session. We are going for tea break, and I would like to announce the protocol. We're going to have the first two rows where our special guests are. They will go out first, on the right and on the left. So they will go, take their tea break, come back in before the next set of rolls will go out and come back in. So we'll have to wait for those who are out to come in before we go out, so we don't have to line up for too long. So that's how it's going to go. So to the left and then to the right. The hall is divided into two. So those on this side, please, to this end, and those on this side to this end. But the first two rolls first, and then we'll take the next one. After which, we will have the second session for today. Thank you very much. I don't think we introduced ourselves today. My name is Pharmacist Olufunso Olude, your compare. And of course, he has been the one leading us today, Pharmacist Adebayo Temenu, a fellow of the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Distinguished delegates, please, once you've picked your tea and your snacks, you're not permitted to stay outside. Please kindly come back in and sit down so that we don't create this queue. This is disturbing the flow. Please. And please, once we clear this one, then you can come up. Don't let's queue up to fill this, this space here. Those who are carrying their breakfast to come in. Pick your breakfast and come in to sit down. We don't want this place to be blocked. Distinguished delegates, we have just 10 more minutes to the end of tea break. 10 more minutes only.
Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic. Put time go warm, go reach deep down. No wonder Neurogesic they really pay. Use Neurogesic if you get back pain, oh, muscle pain, oh, I mean joint pain, oh, rub Neurogesic. Put time go warm, go reach deep down. No wonder Neurogesic they really pay.
True, Neurogesic it get power pass pain. Neurogesic na Drugfield Pharmaceuticals Limited they make am.
Okay, a quick announcement. I believe tea break is going on well. Okay, I think we're almost done.
Yeah, please, our DJ, can you reduce the volume of that music, please? The background music.
DJ.
much. I would like to stand on existing protocol since I have 2 minutes. So first of all, to say that Bloom Public Health and NAIP are very strong partners. I want to tell a story. Bloom Public Health was actually set up to work with NAIP to fast track the progress in the pharmaceutical industry. And the story we don't really celebrate enough. In the past 10, 15 years, Nigerian pharmaceutical industry has advanced so much. We are very much involved in it without knowing the impact of what we are doing. So really, I want to use the opportunity to say that we should actually see that here in Nigeria, we are no more what we used to be. We are among the top players in Africa, and we want to be the top players in the world. One of the key targets for Bloom Public Health, working with NAIP, is to see how to have local procurement. This year alone, what you don't know, over $500 million worth of medicines will be procured without $1 being spent in Nigeria. And to stop this, we have to play both the politics, technical part of it. So that's why I see Bloom Public Health working with NAIP, and that partnership is something that I hope will advance and push forward. As a matter of fact, the first partnership Bloom Public Health had was with NAIP, and I'm hoping that we can continue it. I want to use the opportunity to announce something that is coming up very soon. The biggest intervention in the pharmaceutical sector in Nigeria is about to happen. I'm here to have a meeting with the leadership, but just to let you know that this year, with the collaboration of everybody in the sector, we want to see as a country, how do we stop this thing happening, that our industry is being killed because many people bring money, but not as money, but as products. If you inject $500 million in Nigerian pharmaceutical industry, we're going to transform everything. So really, I'm asking that eventually we're going to work together. Both the political will, the technical part of it, we have to say no to this. NAIP, as a professional body, strong, come together and say, how can we do it? Luckily, the government is trying to understand it. Rwanda, Ethiopia, these people are seeing the future. We're all thinking of African free trade. Nigeria may be the greatest loser of the whole thing. Nigeria has the biggest markets. I was in Rwanda. Rwanda didn't have an FDA. There's not an FDA, and that's why they can have manufacturers there. All the big companies are looking for small countries where they will put their factories so that they can supply to Africa. There is what we call technical barrier to trade, and if we don't look at this and say, how can Nigeria position itself? We need to, and that can only happen if NAIP sees it as its own. So, without wasting much of our time, I'm very happy that this is happening today, and I'm hoping that this will further cement partnership between Bloom and NAIP, and our main goal is to make sure that no medicine donation comes here without being procured locally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I would like to confirm if Dr. Solomon Aigbabua is here. Okay, he's not here now. I know he was here yesterday. Okay, this is also to remind us that we have exhibition stands. I'm not sure how many of us visited that yesterday, but please, immediately after this session, that's at the end of the day, please let's ensure that we visit these stands because, you know, they paid to be here. So please ensure that you visit them. They're right behind on left and on the right. So please ensure that you at least show your face there. So we have one of us who will be making a quick goodwill message and presentation. Is also one of the exhibitors for today. So I will call on Pharmacist Ifeanyi Emene of the Chancellor Business Innovation Campus to make a quick presentation and, of course, give a goodwill message. Can we put that together for him, please?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My Oga Ken insisted that I must come and say something. Basically, I work with, so most of the MDs here actually work with us, but they've not put a face to the name. So if you heard about counselor vacancy, this is actually the face to the name, because we do almost all the recruitments for most pharmaceutical companies. I want to use this opportunity to appreciate all our clients amongst NAIP members. And but the area I actually want to talk about, apart from the recruitment, so for those of you who actually, so for currently, we actually have more spaces for pharmacists in NAIP who are looking to pick up regulatory jobs. So if you feel that you want to get some regulatory jobs in manufacturing companies, we have some industry we are currently recruiting regulators, regulatory pharmacists for, and production pharmacists. But the area I want to actually talk about is actually the area of remuneration for pharmacists. I think it's an area that NAIP also needs to look at. Basically, you know, recently I was recruiting some radiographers for some clinics. The average entry-level salary for a radiographer is 300,000. So compared to what a young pharmacist is earning, you know, when I heard it, I was actually quite surprised. Those with about 3 years post-NYC are around 500, 600,000. So I think it's something that pharmacists, especially NAIP and others, need to actually come together and say, how can we actually get our pharmacists to deliver more values so that they can actually get to earn better? There was a program I was doing for some young pharmacists. So we also run trainings too for companies in the area of sales and marketing. And one of the young pharmacists was saying, based on what she was seeing about pharmacists, if she had known, she would not have studied pharmacy. So I think it's time we actually start to take this seriously and say, is there a way as an organization that we could actually look at the profession and say, okay, let's get our people to deliver more value for us. Yes, as employers, I appreciate the challenges we are facing, which is part of getting our pharmacists to actually stay on the job, because part of the biggest challenge we're having with pharmacists is the number of, our turnover rate is very, very high. Most pharmacists find it difficult to stay on the job for up to 1 year, but I also think it has to do with the remuneration. And if we have a way of probably NAIP and YPG, young pharmacists, having a meeting to say, okay, how do we get this thing? You guys deliver more value, stay longer on the job, and your salary, something can be done about it. I believe we can get more partnership and get more values. Once again, I want to appreciate NAIP President Chairman, who has actually been one of our biggest clients. TRICARE has actually, over the past year, recruited more than 20 to 30 staff for him. Also want to appreciate the MD of Jawa Pharmaceuticals, who have also done something for us. Ogemeka, EcoMed, and some other companies, too numerous to remember, who are members of NAIP. We are counselor vacancy actually appreciates the value you are helping us build in the capacity of young pharmacists. And we appreciate working together with NAIP to ensure that the quality of pharmacists that we're getting increases and that will help you get value for your money in getting the right pharmacists for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it.
A big round of applause for this. You are leaving your book behind? Oh, thank you very much. Thanks a lot. All right, we're done with breakfast. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now be proceeding to our round table on the plenary we just had. But before then, please permit me to announce that if your car is a Toyota Highlander with the registration number ABJ613GU, last March just followed your car into this hotel now, waiting to tow. So please quickly step out and move the car. Wherever you parked it, Toyota Highlander ABJ613GU. Thank you. Yes, it will be my pleasure to quickly constitute this panel. And I'll be starting by bringing up stage to chair this panel discussion. As the lead discussant this afternoon, Professor Larry Bale, Fellow Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, Fellow Nigerian Academy of Pharmacy, the Chief Executive of Business School, Netherlands. Please, can we put our hands together as he steps forward as lead discussant of this session? Are we clapping for Prof? Thank you very much. That's why we allowed you to have your breakfast before this session. So join him on the stage are representatives from NDLEA. And it will be my pleasure this morning to bring up stage Dr. Aliyu Bankole, the medical officer in charge of the Lagos Clinic. Please, another round of applause as we step forward. Thank you. Joining them upstage is pharmacist Esther Odedame, pharmacist NDLEA headquarters. Another round of applause for the NDLEA representatives. And finally, to join this panel discussion is pharmacist Amon Emmanuel, Deputy Director NAFDAC. Please, a round of applause for him as he steps forward. So it is my pleasure to release the stage to Prof to lead. Your mic is with you. Okay.
Thank you, my brother, the chairman, and the eminent personality, my chairman of NAIP. So I have several chairmen, so but at least you are number one. So today we'll be having a discussion around the panel, the keynotes, the key speaker for today, Uncle Jasper. We're going to be having a discussion around what had been discussed today, which is technology, regulation, data, centricity in strengthening local capacity as pharma industry evolves. But more importantly, it's important, for all of us to be familiar with the goals of this panel. Our goal is to be able to have a discussion around the capability of both individual as well as the industry itself. We want to look at the capacity, the character of the professionals in the various regulatory agencies, and the need to cooperate with us. We want to look at the concept of collaboration because it's no longer competition. The new thing now is collaboration. And when the regulatory people on my right and on my left, when they see the industry as if they are policemen, they want to catch us, or they just assume that we are guilty until we can prove otherwise. It will create a problem. It's just, you are looking at over 200 million Nigerians. Less than 100,000 people are creating problems for us. Less than 0.1% of the population. They are Yahoo boys. But wherever you go in the rest of the world, every Nigerian is seen as a fraudulent person. Now, it can be painful when foreigners treat us that way, but far much more painful when Nigerians themselves treat us in that way. And that's the way regulatory authorities at times treats members of the industry. So we want to be able to get to a level whereby we collaborate so that we self-regulate ourselves. We know what is expected from NDLE, we know what is expected from NAFDAC, we know what is expected from PCN, and we end up doing those right things. So that's why I put collaboration there, and it is one of the key themes for this event. The next one is commitment. How can we be committed as individuals and as various government agencies to get this done. The next is competence. I will send it to you if you want it, but I will remind you soon. And the next is consistency. What we mean by consistency, the representative of PMG man was here today. Yesterday, is he still here? I can't see him. He wasn't here yesterday because he was attending a meeting. We were being told that pharmaceuticals are not fatable. But custom is saying, another regulatory body is saying it's fatable. And even though there's documentation from a government arm, another government arm is not following that regulation. That's painful. When I was very active in the industry, and we went to Okonjo-Iweala under Obasanjo that time, we did not want to pay duty on specific products. And even though they'd been gazetted, just through a memo, they reversed that particular thing that was already gazetted. So, and I know within the government circle, a lot of things are possible. So I want to be able to look at commitment of every arm of government, as well as us, all of us as stakeholders. We are looking at competency of people who are doing the work from all sides, consistency and coordination. Before I start to ask the questions, it will be important for us to know that the pharmacist, the license for the pharmacist, in 1983, immediately after it was in 83 or early 84, after Buhari and Idi Agbon took over, I had a number of drugs in my car. The drugs include antibiotics, a couple of things, including drugs that could be used to manage abortion, for abortion and to prevent abortion. I got to a checkpoint, and you know that time, both checkpoints are manned by both police and the military, the army. And I was being harassed. Why are you carrying drugs for abortion? You're carrying this. What are you supposed to do? So I look at them, and I just smiled. Imagine registration in NAFDAC. Before it became NAFDAC, I used to register products for Pfizer. We used to go to the Ministry of Health, we go to the Chief Pharmacist Office. There was something called FDA that time. There was no NAFDAC. Registration was just, you submit your dossier, which is usually like a 2 or 3 page letter. You take it to the Federal Secretariat in Ikoyi. A letter of acknowledgement with a reference is given to you. That letter of acknowledgement of receipt of that letter that you want to bring in new drugs becomes your NAFDAC number, more or less. Now it has gotten to a level where we now encourage NAFDAC to say, let it be possible for us to give NAFDAC, to give dossier to you. The time we are giving dossier to the rest of Europe. That is the simplest thing. To register in one location and every other country in Europe is covered. NAFDAC and the rest of African countries do not have that kind of system. There's an African something for medicine, more like a European Medicine Association. But unfortunately, it's not a legal body that has the authority of NAFDAC, like NAFDAC. So you register in Nigeria separately from register in Ghana. I used to be in charge of 32 countries in Africa. And I used to register products in each of the country. You can imagine me registering products in Nigeria and go to Ghana to register, go to Sierra Leone to register, go to Togo to register, go to Senegal to register. The French-speaking countries, when you register in Senegal, they respect the Senegal registration that it can be applicable to them. But English-speaking, no. And so it's a lot of cost. Because it's a lot of cost, drugs end up in the hands of the consumer at abnormal pricing. That's not what you want. That's not what you want. We all want a common, I just want you to know that we are looking towards a common objective. So I would like to therefore start to ask the question. I will start from the lady, and then I will ask the men. So let me start from her. First, I like ladies that we are faced with in the industry. Part of the challenges is the concept of controlled drugs. You are a pharmacist now working with NDLA. In school, and by law, we are allowed to even sell controlled drugs. I, sitting in front of you, I synthesized cocaine in the lab in the 70s. Synthesized it. It was synthesized and was sold to us that time like a local anesthetic, if I'm correct. And so, that time, nobody was exposed to the. Now you are taking, and now we are now having situations whereby people are using coding. And now we have resolved that now. No use of coding again. What can NDLA do? Pharmacy practice itself is over-regulated. What I mean by over-regulation is that we are the only group of healthcare professionals that there are so many regulatory bodies are interested. NDLA is interested in what pharmacy is doing. NAFDAC is interested. PCN is interested. SON is interested. Correct. Okay, you see? Where is the custom representative, please? Help us look for the custom representative. Nigerian police. If you are moving on the road, Nigerian police is asking, why are you carrying drugs from pharmaceutical company A towards your shop to go and sell, or no seller? It just appears as if, even though we are interested in the health of the patients in Nigeria, we are much more interested in putting orders on their way. As a pharmacist, one part of because there's ambiguity in the law already. One part of the law, PCN is...
People are overseeing, like he has already said. And that was the end of that case. So in most cases, when you are arrested outside and you are brought, I won't say arrested anyway, if you are brought by any means to the NDL office, some of us that are in the office who are more knowledgeable in terms of control drugs and some of these things, they will call us. Then we'll look at it. We don't have problem in pharmacies.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Let's give him a round of applause. I bet. No, can't keep it.
Everybody,
if
you can even go into the International Narcotic Control Board. You are going to see the list of drugs that are listed in Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3, Schedule 4. Okay. Those are the control drugs, in most cases that we deal with. Apart from, but as time goes on, or in most countries bring out laws or regulations when they see situation in their country. Like we have it in India. And
like exceptions
today in Nigeria now that we're having problem with tramadol. I used to know tramadol to be a capsule of yellow and green and 50 milligrams, 100 milligrams.
But today, it has been abused.
We've seen tablets of 300, 400 milligrams. Those are that's what the government has decided to even put tramadol as some of the drugs that are being regulated.
I agree on that.
So that is
no
it.
problem.
So on your own, even without me bringing it, you can equally download. You can have the list of control drugs from Schedule 1 to Schedule 4.
Okay, so
it's available in the INCB site.
So let's let's pharmacists
International Narcotic Control Board
make it that available to us.
Yes,
either by text or anything. We will distribute.
Okay.
So thank you so much.
So you can have it like that. You will have a list of controlled drugs.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Let me use the opportunity to welcome our brother from NAFDAC again. I need to greet you specially. In our entire value chain, we are seeking for opportunities that will help us to drive the pharma industry. We are about 200 million people. And the so-called, about 200 million people, and the so-called Nigerian pharmaceutical market is estimated to be 2.5 billion. What this shows is that per capita is just like 1,000. Is it $10 to 1,000? $1,000. Am I correct? Is it up to that? 2.5 divided by 200 million. That's what I'm saying. It's actually 2,500 divided by 200. So that invariably is actually about 1.25 or $12.5. That's the average. That is ridiculously low. And that's less than $1 per month that is spent on an average person. And part of the problem is our value chain starts from importation of raw material. It starts from importation of finished goods. You cannot import those raw material or finished goods without adequate permit from NAFDAC. Now, why should somebody, for example, submit a dossier and it takes 2 years? For about 2 years, it has not been approved. So we would like to know, what do we need to do? So instead of allowing that person to have been said to have submitted dossier for that length of period, why not create a system where people register, you put things step by step, and it's when you have cleared all the orders that you are now told, go and make the necessary payment. And so registration procedure now starts. Because if we allow somebody to submit all the necessary things, and you now say, it's not yet complete, it remains this again. What that does is that the guy has already assumed that now that registration will be maybe not more than 2 or 3 months. Now it's taking 2 years. In Nigeria, the cost of money is about 24%. In some cases, it can be as high as 30%. If we say it's 24%, it means in 3 years, the money you borrow for the purpose of running your factory or your business doubles based on investment theory of 72 rule. The 72 rule means the percentage of the cost of your money, divide 72 by that percentage. That's the number of years it takes for you to double your capital, the capital you need to pay back. Now, we know that NAFDAC is not a business agency. And you don't care that we are making a loss or not. We would like you to understand the fact that your objective is to help more people to have quality drugs. And we want to help in that area as well. We want to produce quality drugs. The people who are responsible for unwholesome drugs, they are not likely, I use the word likely, times to be members of this association. What can we do to help you achieve your objective better? What do you need to do to help us better so that we can see the collaboration coming from NDLA? NDLA is not even manned by a pharmacist. It's manned by a military person who possibly his degree has nothing to do with pharmacy. But NAFDAC is manned most of the time by pharmacists. So what do we need to do to work with you so that you can achieve your regulatory role well, and we can also achieve our business objectives better? Your preliminary comment, sir. Sorry, tell us your name again, because the name here is not the one that is here. Yes,
okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yes,
good afternoon, everyone. I stand on the existing protocol.
Thank you.
My name is Amon Emmanuel. Amon, A-R-M.
Okay.
Amon Emmanuel. I'm a deputy director in NAFDAC. Okay, first, let me clear a misassumption. Okay. Now, for the dossier, you don't submit, you don't pay for registration and then submit dossier. No, there's an EOI, an expression of interest, which is your submission of dossier. So the dossier is submitted first, and then you get a clearance. So when you get the clearance, then you now go to our e-portal, and start your registration process. So for any applicant, you are not expected to have invested money before you submit your dossier, but you can if you're a businessman. So the idea of that, you have started something, put in an application, and then you now get trapped to the dossier is not a total assumption, right assumption. That's one. And then the second assumption that NAFDAC is not bothered about profit and loss, not really balanced, because one, we are about quality, efficacy, and safety, but at the same time, we are Nigerians, and we don't expect that the economy will crumble because of what we do. That's one. And then now on collaboration, NAFDAC has continuously and will continue to collaborate with stakeholders. With other bodies that have pharmacists in them, like PMG Man, APIN, and others. There have been series of trainings and series of discussions on the dossier stuff. So I believe 80% of people in the room would have attended one of the trainings that NAFDAC has actually carried out on dossiers. And it's not a one thing that you do and then believe that you've gotten it. It's a process. So trainings are still on. Training will be on. And at the same time, when we train stakeholders, we train in-house also. That is about capacity building, which is ongoing. So for collaboration, I'll tell you that NAFDAC is collaborating and is willing to collaborate more. But now on the part of the effect of this collaboration and training, it depends on how the feedback. If you get it, we move on. If we don't get it, we cannot move on because quality comes to play, safety and efficacy. So with that, I'll just say we are collaborating, we will do more, but we can't just close our eyes to some things and allow some things to be, because at the end of the day, we will be going against the SDG 3, and which is a good health and well-being for everyone, not just giving out chemicals, but giving out quality and safe products.
Thank you. You are a pharmacist.
A pharmacist from your.
I don't want to call somebody who's not a pharmacist. I know. So that's why I'm asking. Because for somebody to be a pharmacist, must have worked, must have been in class. You are the only person with white lab coat that goes to the dining. You are the only people that goes to lecture on Saturday. No, let's remind all of us again. So what we are discussing is a serious matter. So let me do the second round from you. You spoke about the need for quality. We recognize the fact that the local preparation that comes from Okoloyun, legislation is done within 3 months. And yet you do not have any history anywhere in the world as to the profile of the side effect, the toxicity, and the rest of them. But the drugs that comes to you from the main pharma industry, they normally have history, either in Europe or in America or in Asia, that we submit along with it. Yes, we agree with you. You have to be very careful and do about safety and quality. Why are you so much more interested in the quality of drugs that have been established to be safe, to be relatively safe? At least there's a profile of its side effect and safety in some other part of the world. But the ones that are made in Nigeria that has no record anywhere, it's faster to actually register them. Why?
Thank you. So now,
I hope my questions are not too.
No.
They are not too simple.
Neither are they too complex. Neither are they too complex.
My job is to ensure that the minds of the people I'm communicating to you. So don't take it personal.
No. It's not too simple and not too complex. Okay, now you said the herbals.
Yeah, the herbals.
The herbals.
In 3 months, some of them get approval.
So first, now registering herbals, it goes through a process where they carry out toxicity on that product first to be sure that it will not be toxic for the use. Now, because most of these herbal preparations, our elders will not want to tell you totally what and all that. So we carry out some other tests to know the type of, if there are alkaloids and all the stuff, including toxicity. But there is a caveat on the product, warning about that some claims have not been identified by NAFDAC, which you find in all other products all over the world and all that. But going further, those herbal products are not allowed to treat some certain ailments. It's written in our regulations that they are not supposed to. So they are also regulated in a way that what they do is just to manage some simple things that will not cause issues on the medical side. Now, for pharmaceuticals, yes, we have to go through this process. The reason being that I'm sure most people must have heard about issues on losartan and some other pharma products. Now, there are things when you talk about chemical moieties, where you talk about enantiomers, you talk about chiral centers. Now, now let's use glucose D and L. Glucose D, the body breaks it up, energy. Glucose L, body does not break it up. It's just used as sweetener. Now, if somebody decides to manufacture a glucose-based product, and the person is not too careful, like the Mypikin saga, and decides to use glucose L and does this manufacturing. He has been granted approval and everything, and he uses glucose L. It becomes an issue. So, but when you go through their dossiers, the quality documents, and you see things like that, you are able to detect it. At the same time, from the API, back to like losartan, for the API, the way you prepare your API, that if the products have chiral center, there might be a change. You might be forming the other enantiomer than the other. And then the issue is the pharmacist from Nigeria that wants to give quality products to Nigerians might not know that the API manufacturer has used a different process that has brought out the wrong enantiomer, and then he will use it to manufacture. At the end of the day, you find out that his product is causing harm. Product that is supposed to treat hypertension and whatever is bringing about cancer at the end of the day. So if you do not look at this document and see how that process of forming the API was done, you will never know that. The more reason we are more particular about the going through the dossier for medicines that are used to cure some ailments that are critical to health. But I still say that we can do better, but please bear with us. We can't just joke with health. Quality is essential in all what we do.
Thank you so much, Pharmacist Ano. Part of the things that we have found out from the presentation of today from Pharmacist Onyeka has to do with the fact that data, you already have data. NAFDAC has registered some product and has given me license to market the product. NDLE has evidence. So, for example, you spoke about one of the sedatives. Let's say Valium. You have given me an approval. The law says that when I'm manufacturing and I'm selling, I must be able to have a record of those I sold it to. But it must be able to be traceable from import of raw materials to the end user. And I'm following that. NDLA comes to me and creates another bottleneck. Is there a sharing of information and data between both of you? Because the data is available to you. No, let me ask them. Because the data is available to you, it's the same government agency. We're not talking of foreign, this is government agency, this is government agency. Are there sharing of data on things like this? Yes.
Presently, I'm not aware.
There's sharing of data. Yes. So if there's going to be collaboration for the benefit of the industry, there must be sharing of data between the regulatory bodies. So when a product is approved, that product that is approved is already, if it falls under your Schedule 1, 2, or 3, it's automatically made to you, and that this is approved for company A or B. So the level of harassment reduces. Number 2, when it is approved, that license must also bear the fact that with this approval, NDLA so and so is hereby notified. So I would like to talk around data. Data is what is used eventually. From what Pharmacist can share with us today. Data eventually becomes a tool for information. When data becomes meaningfully used, it becomes information. When information is usefully organized, it becomes knowledge. When knowledge is applied the right way, it becomes wisdom. When the wisdom is used in a positive way, it creates enlightenment and clarity of perception. We're having this panel discussion because we need information. Now, emanating from here, part of the POA we want is a collaboration. Are there data that you think now that we need to share with you that is useful to you? No, I want to know. We would like to facilitate it. Yes. Do you need data from that you think will be useful to you? Pharmacist Esther.
Yeah, data from NAFDAC to enhance collaboration. For instance, as you rightly said, if a drug has passed through NAFDAC, like this person can manufacture this amount of drug and it's under our own schedule, if they send like a memo to us, like this is approved by NAFDAC, I think we can follow up and rightly disseminate information that this particular drug or this particular brand has been approved to be manufactured here in Nigeria.
Can the manufacturer also do that letter to you and say preemptively, I would like to inform you that NAFDAC just gave us approval since the two government agencies don't talk to each other. And I'm the one. No, I'm sorry to say, okay, you talk to each other, but you know what I mean. All what we want, that we do not want to suffer. We are the one, we are the one that is suffering all the bureaucracy that is taking place. We want a situation whereby we can, because data is already available in the government agency. The same government agency, another government agency behaving as if they do not know. But within the same government agency, there is data. And all you need is just a press of the button or just go to a website or whatever it is. Like you told me that if there's a website we can download, it should be possible for somebody in NDLA to have that desk to be able to say, we liaise with NAFDAC to get to know what are the drugs you approved in the last 1 month, in the last 1 quarter. So, and I think NAFDAC is willing to share the data with you. Am I correct? Please talk, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, let me start with first. PCN regulates practice.
Good.
NAFDAC regulates the
products.
The products, that's the whole activity, manufacturing, production, distribution. Now, NDLA comes in for the narcotics, and then they do more of the illicit. NAFDAC does the illicit. They do more of the illicit. Now, because of the laws that establishes all of us, that gives us our function, we have what we do. Now, with what we do, as government agencies, we have one line of communication. We do communicate within ourselves that our stakeholders will not know. So with what our function, if we register products, we have a database. Now, if there's an issue with a product in our database that NDLA is interested in, they have a way they communicate. There's between government agencies, there's a communication channel, and then they get this data. At the same time, now we are on ML3. Now, for us to attain ML3, you must be able to show transparency and communication. Now, there are a lot of things on our website on products that are registered by NAFDAC, which is a one-touch. Now, so it goes beyond waiting for us to share. You can go tap on our registered products and you can get that rolled on you. And then, yes, for all the agencies we've been communicating, we are still communicating. NDLA communicates with us continuously. Custom communicates with us continuously. I can give different scenarios. The scenarios of paracetamol, fixed dose combination. We've had series of communication with custom. We've had some other communications with NDLA as regards some controlled substance and our approvals, as in these trends, are they really approved, especially on tramadol, as in to get clarification about strengths, what strengths are allowed, what strengths are not allowed. So for government agencies, I can assure everyone here that we communicate from day to day, time to time, that you might not know. So we do that, and we will do more communications. So be assured we communicate.
Okay. He has told us that they communicate, and we have no reason not to say no. However, today we listen to the use of technology. Our problem is that it's not that you don't communicate, but communication in the ministry can take 6 months for one memo to move from one table to the other. So about 22 years ago, 25 years ago, all our submission for registration of Viagra, when I used to work for Pfizer, was made online. In Europe, in America, in Europe, in Asia, including countries like Thailand, like Indonesia, which by any standard are comparable to us. Malaysia. Nigeria belongs to the MINT. Malaysia, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Turkey. And it is what these other 4 countries are doing that is supposed to be the standard in our place. Luckily for us, you did mention on your own that you have had the stage 3. So what that means is that you are supposed to be more transparent. If I put a registration dossier 25 years ago to FDA in America. 25 years ago. I know the stage of the movement of my dossier. When the first committee meets, the approval that is given, the agreement they have, the things they need more information on, I will be seeing it from Nigeria. From Nigeria, I will be seeing it that this drug of Pfizer, this is the stage it has reached. Newspaper will be carrying the news. You are not transparent in Nigeria. Nobody knows the stage at which you are. Can you now prove this stage 3 certification by ensuring that people are able to see the stages of movement? Is it possible? I want to know, are you working towards it? And I'm not saying you are not the NAFDAC DG, but are you working towards that, demonstrating that transparency so that people can understand this, the stage it has reached? They don't need to travel from Uyo, Port Harcourt to the NAFDAC office to know that this is the stage we have reached. Is it possible? Because we are talking about data and technology. Can they sign online and see this is the stage we've reached? The first committee meeting has been held. The second committee meeting has been held. Maybe the first committee meeting is reviewing pharmacokinetics. Second committee is reviewing clinical. Third committee is reviewing the totality of more things. Can we get to that stage sooner?
Thank you. So you all agree with me that life is about stages.
That's correct.
And then now, okay.
No, just take the something.
Okay, so you can agree with me that life is about stages. And then now the dossier picture came to be some few years now in the agency. Now, but registration has been in existence before the dossier stuff. And you agree with me that on the registration side, there is an e-registration portal where you can follow the flow of your application. You put in an application, you see your status. There are different colors to tell you where your application is. And this did not come 25 years ago. It didn't come 15 years ago. It started through a process. It's called NAIP'S, and we are now on version 3. So the same way, the dossier process started with submission of your CTT dossier to an office, but it has evolved to with getting a link, you put in a link. So I'll looking as a progressive, which the agency is, we believe as we work towards getting a better model, we will get there. There's no stopping one in with technology. We'll get there. It started with submission of the CDs, but now you are using a link. So definitely we will progress to a point where it will be like our e-platform where you see your status. It's technology. You don't just build it in 1 week or 1 day. There must be trials and that. But I believe management is doing its best. We'll get there. That I can assure everyone.
That's good. A big round of applause. It is, no. To some level, at least they've started. But let me explain to you, sir. At least they said they've started. I mean, they are working towards it.
We'll get there.
Now let me explain some things. Technology has gone beyond where you say you are building something from the scratch. Technology exists already in other advanced FDA locations all over the world. It's just a case of taking and adapting. So there's a simpler methodology. As stakeholders in the industry, our fear usually is this. When I go to US, I drive, I go to rent a car and I drive around until I'm back. It's cheaper, particularly in locations that do not have good public transport. You know, America doesn't have good public transport, except in the northeastern states. I mean, states like New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, they have good taxi system, but public transport, not taxi. Now I'm talking of train, buses. UK has excellent bus system. Now, so I have to rent a car. And I realized that if I have to travel from one town to the other, you just have to have your card. No coins, no cash. Must have your debit card or your credit card to pay toll free, or to have already prepaid, or to be able to get the QR so that as you are approaching, the gate opens for you. There's no money. So because there's no human beings running it, you cannot bribe anybody. Now, every time there are toll gates installed by regulatory bodies. That people need to see somebody before your things can move forward. It's usually fraught with a lot of frauds and a lot of corruption. So if we're in stage 3, the transparency by now should be so open that it makes it simpler. But I realized one thing that we stated, and I love what you stated earlier, that you are already doing capacity building, educating pharmacists about various things that you are doing. One of the things you will need to educate them on, for example, is on the e-registration procedure, not for the chief executive who are sitting here, but for their regulatory managers to gather together to understand how to make the best use of that e-registration platform and to be able to see the stages that their regulations have reached. And what that will ensure that those who are outside the country, who wants their drugs registered, will be able to see what it is. I wanted to register some drugs in 2007 for an American company. And I was told to go to Yaba, NAFDAC office. And I did place all the necessary things. I paid all the necessary fees. 2 years into it. I will go. They will give me some information verbally. I said, because I'm registering for people outside, will you please put it in writing to me? I said, no, that's the way we do it. And they got another at one stage when I insisted that it must be written. And when it's not written, I said, can I record it on my phone? The representative got annoyed. Now, for me, it means you want to speak and you do not want to be held responsible for whatever you are saying. Such things will not be in debate. So technology has come today. Me, my doctoral project is on digital transformation. So technology has gone beyond anybody telling you that you need a software engineer in Nigeria to help you build it from the beginning. No, they already exist. Just check the internet and say, I'm looking for FDA, platform for FDA registration all over the world. You will get more than 20 different types of, agencies that already has the software. And all you need is to adapt it. We want to encourage you that whatever it takes. You see, the more you satisfy, we are your customers. The more you satisfy the customer, the more, for example, the product I want to register this year, 2 years ago that I couldn't register, I have not finished registration. It has not started to give me money. How can I submit the second? But if I register the first one within 6 weeks to 3 months, and it starts to produce money for me, in 1 year I will want to register a second one. I want to register a third one. And you have one of the laws recently that says you cannot even register more than a certain number of products in a quarter. It's never done. Because you are telling me that if I'm an agent of a company in the US that wants to come to this country, you are a pharmacist, and you may not understand part of the things that you are doing. Part of the thing that you are doing in restricting number of registration is for you don't want people to come and be troubling you on many things. God want to take your time. But you are denying the pharmacist opportunity to be employed. When I was in Pfizer, and we launched Viagra, and Viagra provided a very huge volume of sales for us. We register Lipitor. We register other products like Celebrex and so on and so forth. Hardware. What that does is that we are hiring more pharmacists. That's why Ikeja was speaking today. He spoke about the fact that the pharmacist is being paid peanut. The radiographer is being paid big. The reason is that the demand that this industry can create, they cannot create it if part of the early part of their requirement, which is part of the value chain, is registration. And there's a delay process in that registration. Because part of the role we are supposed to play is to increase ease of doing business in the pharma industry. And when it is inhibited, it reduces thousands of pharmacists who are coming out of school from finding a place for internship, from finding employment. So it's something that affects people beyond what you think. What you think you are doing, you are regulating. But in reality, you are restricting business opportunities. I served on the board. I serve on the board of Lagos State University Teaching Hospital. And as a virtue of that, I work with the the health care registration unit of Lagos State government under the Jide Idris. I realized the fact that doctors don't put orders on their ways. Pharmacists put orders on their ways. They put such a great order on your way that it becomes so difficult for you to really do the business. This, let me tell you, people, regulatory people, because you don't know what these people are going through. These are the people they call industrial. Don't think all pharmacists are the same. These are the industrial pharmacists. The industrial pharmacists pay money for raw material to bring in the raw material. They prepay before the raw material is sent to them. They borrow money to get the raw material sent to them. They produce the goods. And distributors say, we cannot distribute your goods unless you have marketed it and there's a demand for it. So they hire pharmacists who take cars. I mean, when they hire pharmaceutical representatives, and don't ever call it medical representatives, they are pharmaceutical representatives. So it's pharmaceutical representative. They are selling pharmaceuticals. So because of it, they give them cars, they pay for everything they do, including the air that they breathe. And then they go for another 2 years to create a demand for them before they can now start to have some income. But the distributor that buys the product is taking the product on credit. When he's made some money from the product, he marries more wives and builds more houses, and he has not paid these people. He passes part of the credit to the community pharmacist, who is selling to us retailer. He passes part of the credit to hospitals. Those people write to prescription to patients, they make money before the patient leaves the hospital. But meanwhile, these people have not been paid. So that the people are actually running the entire pharma. They are the people who are carrying the burden of running of funding. So when they now face with all those of regulation, it's a very frustrating thing. I left the pharma industry where they are 16 years ago. And I spent 25 years before I moved into teaching in the village as a village teacher. And I'm afraid to go and be doing what they are doing because my greatest fear are the regulatory bodies. I'm being sincere to you. So every time you put a hurdle on their way, it's a problem. Now, today's team, part of today's team that Onyeka spoke on, is the need for us to make the best use of data, collaboration, technology, regulation. So regulation is key, it's at the center. Because you already have data. We don't need to give you data, you already have it. We already have technology. And what I mean by having technology is that it doesn't have to be such a sophisticated technology like, what is the name of the robots? We are talking of just web-based, like we are doing e-registration, and so on and so forth, to use this software that enables me. Why should it be possible for me to sit in my house and transfer money, transact money? I've not been to bank for 5 years. Even when my card is ready, I say, can I send somebody to say, give the person a letter of authority? I don't have business in the bank. I transfer millions from one account to the other and so on and so forth. Now, why is it possible for bank? Bank is dealing with not less than over 100 million people. And they have software to make it possible for me to transact business in the bank. But NAFDAC, NDLEA, I cannot transact business with them, and they are dealing with only a few products. The total number of products in this country is less than 1 million. So something is wrong. One of the things we want you to take away today is the need for you to start to use the technology. That's one. And I want to say a word to NAFDAC. When Dora Akinwumi was there, when she was newly appointed, she met a few of us who are in the pharma industry. And we told her, and she complained about bitterness, about the pains they go through. Government is not funding them enough. So no problem. Increase registration fee, but increase your efficiency, your effectiveness. We're not begging you to please approve something that is not legal, but make it faster. Today, we are repeating the same thing to NAFDAC. We are already so used to technology since Y2K, since the year 2000. It's now a generation. Am I correct? We are no longer trying to look for technology. So if we are still looking for technology to make this happen, you are a little bit behind time. It's time for you to drive your efficiency. If we want to increase cost, we wouldn't mind, but let it be faster. Let it be more efficient. Let it be more effective. Let it be more transparent. Am I speaking your mind? Now, we will need to go on the concept of regulation. What do you want industrial pharmacists to do? Because we are telling you what our pains are. It's nice for you to also tell us what you want us to do. Let me tell you what we are interested in doing. We are not interested in asking you not to do your regulatory role. No. We are interested in saying, where do you want us to be? So that we can self-regulate ourselves. And that makes it easier for you. Because self-regulation means we are cooperating with you. PCN says, don't open a retail shop unless it's 200 meters away from each other. So what do? You want to take a shop, you will measure with tape, Abi, and then if it's less than 200 meters, you know that this one will not work. You will move to the next landlord and say, it is you I want. I don't want this landlord. That is self-regulation. But when people do not even know what is being done, then it becomes a major problem. So we would like to know from the NDLA. This is a group of pharmacists who have sacrificed a lot. I've given you the level of sacrifice you've made. From students to become pharmacists, to now join the industry, and to be the one funding the entire value chain from raw material to the time it gets to the patient. They are the one funding. What do you want this group of people to do to simplify your job? Over to you. We want to help you. Because we don't want them to feel that we brought them here to roast them. Because some two groups have run away because they think we want to roast them. We would like to know what you want us to do. So that this is the chairman. Is going to arrange for the way that things will work better. What do you want us to do? So that if we put it in his newsletter, NDLA, we want this to be done. We're not talking of regulation now. What are the things you want us to do? Yes, to make your job easier. You see, part of your problem is the people who have hemp farm. You have problem with people who are using hard drugs, illegal use, and things like that. Your problem are not the pharmacists. The reality is that the pharmacists are part of the people you can use for public awareness to reduce all the campaign you are running. You run it through these people. They are in every community because these are the people who sell to the community pharmacists. So the question we want to do is, what help do you need from the pharmacists that these people can drive that makes your own job easier? I'm going to ask you the same question. Yes, sir. Just take it closer to the man.
So ordinarily,
Dr. Bankole enjoys bedroom voice, so please understand. He likes to stay longer in the other room.
In the country, Nigeria today, our major problem that we have seen, we've been hearing what we do in the newspaper, in the media. Our major problem has to do with those that those are abuse drugs, those that import, I would not even say control drug, because the only control that is giving us problem now is tramadol, which everybody knows. So major problem are these narcotics, the cocaine, the heroin, the morphine. That's the major problem. You are not, I know that you are not the category, you are not in that category of people that are imported, that are bringing narcotics. So with the control drug, I've already told you what is there, and we have lists. And we don't have problem with those control drugs. So the major problem we have is that of the narcotics drug, the cocaine, the heroin, the morphine. Those are just it. And that is not your own area because we know what you are. So like I've told you.
Morphine is part of us. We use morphine medicinally. medically.
Yes.
And we distribute it. But what you need from us is to be able to have a register of how it is distributed.
Yes.
And so I hate it when they therefore hear that an NDLA came to a shop and start to harass them. If the shop has the relevant thing, we will give you a chance to ask questions in the next few minutes.
Okay.
So,
in most cases, you see the pharmacists or the pharmaceutical shops, most cases they usually have their pricing books, and they know what is supposed to be there. And in some cases, you will see that some people will come to buy controlled drugs. They collect prescription from them, document all those things. So if you document, you sell tramadol, you sell Valium, you sell bromocepam, you sell all those things. If they are documented, and we have the prescription there, if any officer comes around and you look, I even see the controlled drugs in your shelves, in display. And you look at the person, you look at what you have written there, you look at the prescription sheet. There is no NDLA officer that will, I am sure of that. I will not say, okay, yeah, let's go to the office. You have made an arrest. It is not possible. Okay. And when it happens that way, and you find yourself in the office, and that is the situation of things. There are people in the office. We have, when you go to the office, there are people in the office that will look at the case, and I don't think we'll have a problem with that. I don't think we have brought any member, in most cases, pharmacists. We have not brought any case against some pharmacists. So many pharmacists to the court. We have not brought any of them to the court of recent, because in most cases we appreciate the certificate, we appreciate the way they do their work. So if there is anything like that, we look at it. If you have a person who have prescription for prescribed drugs, I don't think we have problem in that aspect. So our major problem is your narcotics. We don't have problem with pharmaceutical products like that.
Thank you. You'd like to add a word? All right.
Just to add to what my colleague has said, recently the Association of Community Pharmacists, they came to us that if they could, to create awareness against drug abuse and use of illicit substances was something that we appreciated. So what we want from NAIP, I believe that there is a book where art substances, when they are bringing in, like the important art substances that they used to manufacture other drugs, I believe there is like a record. So if they have that documentation, they have that data, and I think that would also assist the NDLA so that you have your facts proven, like I'm bringing in this particular amount of art substances to the country, and here is it, and here it's been documented. I think it will also assist us so that we would not just lay any charge against anybody. That's what I have.
Thank you. I would like, sorry, no, let me just be true. I would like the NAFDAC to tell us, we have mentioned it in a number of our frustrations, but what are the things you also require from us? Because it takes two to tango. And there are certain things your expectations from us. So that the executives are here under our able chairman who will be able to drive the process. His interest is to work very closely with the regulatory agency to ease the problem that his members are facing. And I've seen him engage various regulatory agencies from PCN to NAFDAC and so on and so forth. So we want to hear from you, what are your expectations?
Okay, thank you. So for me, what we will want the association to do is to increase our stakeholder engagement. Information is key. If we are able to share information, know where it hurts you, know where we can help, know where it's challenging to us, know where you come in, it will go better for everybody. So one, increase stakeholder engagement, increase collaboration, then inform your members more. So that means you have to learn more about what we do and our regulations, and then make a way to give your members the outcome and the feedback on what you've gotten from us, and collaboration. Basically, that's just that, increase stakeholder engagement, collaboration, and from there we can take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. He said we will take just one. I mean, he wants to add one or two things. So let me take Hans from left. So you are number one, sir. Please, if I call you and you are whatever number you are, if somebody has already asked your question, there's no need to ask that question. So you are number one, you are number two, sir. You are number three, number four. So let me take the first four. and then we look at what we can take. Then I take, but in the front row, no longer any number beyond the ones I've taken the first 2 rows. Then we had on more. So, yes, please.
Yes, there's something I want to talk about, and that has to do with precursor chemicals that are used in manufacturing some of these drugs. We discovered that there are clandestine laboratories all over the country. And what they produce, they actually produce the narcotics drugs. We have seen some people that, I think he said he's a chemist. He actually planted cannabis in his compound and began to synthesize, produce THC, produce all sorts of things. I'm in your front now. I believe that since you import chemicals, you produce, you manufacture, there are some chemicals that, precursor chemicals, they are also under control, under the INCB. You have them, they are also under control. So if, as I'm here now, if you are importing any of those precursor chemicals, and we know that you belong to this organization, we want to be aware of that, so that we don't think that you are one of those people that we are looking for. Thank you.
Some of the chemicals also be used for other things, including manufacturing of bombs, things like that. So, number one person, please, I'm American trained. We don't want protocol. Don't need to greet anybody. Just ask your question, just straight, because we need to manage the time well, so that it will be a win-win. I'm looking forward to listening to my mentor, Dr. Onyea, who is going to speak now. So he just went ahead. So please just ask the question. Don't bother to greet anybody. Many people have greeted us today from this pulpit. So, all right.
Mine might not be in form of question.
But if it's comment, 1 minute comment.
Yes, I will try
question,
to
1
limit
minute
it.
question.
I would like to limit it.
Okay.
Few weeks ago, moderator, you are at our conference. I see the Spirit is saying the same thing. We talked at a panel like this, we talked about the systems, the regulators, and the regulated, of which is exactly what is happening today. And we rose at that conference to say that the best thing we are going to do moving forward is to have a workshop. And if, as we are discussing here, we discovered that the main people that are supposed to take decision, the policy makers of these agencies, are not here. So you discover that these people cannot actually tell us what. So if we have a workshop, we'll be able to have a holistic discussion on this issue.
So your recommendation is that we should have workshop with the top ESCOs
among all stakeholders.
Agencies. No problem.
And that PDAM that's the next chance we are arranging it between all the stakeholders and the regulators, so that we'll be able to have a policy document moving forward.
All right. Number 2, thank you. Just go straight to your recommendation or question.
My own is not a question, just a comment, and very concerned, and has affected a lot of our members. It's about NAFDAC. 2 points. The first one is the ban on submission of application, which was lifted on the 19th of January this year. Now, adjustment in the submission is just 2 products per quarter. And the first quarter went, some of our members submitted. Now, people were arranging to submit the second. Today is what?
June.
We're in June, and the window for the second quarter has not opened. And I met him and said, when is it going to open? And if you open it, when will it be? And what will happen to submission of the third quarter? I tell you, he didn't have the answer. But I know that he will take this to the guys in the office.
So you recommend that windows should be open
as quickly as possible,
as promised?
Yes.
All right. Number three. They will respond. Please take note of whatever is affecting you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I want to start by saying we have to mellow in
1
the way
minute.
we ask this question, so that when we call NDLA the next time, they will come. If you are firing them question. I want to say that I have seen what NDLA has been doing. They are doing a great job. Okay,
Good.
Thank you. The problem here is that a pharmacist, a pharmaceutical company, has the authority of government to carry any poison, anything that you consider narcotic, anything. The people here have that authority. Yes, but we know it moves down. And sometimes your concern is when these drugs are being used by people and it's causing problem in the community. Sometimes investigate up. But what we want to establish, which is what Chairman is telling you, is that when you meet a medical rep of a company and you are trying to tell him you are carrying tramadol or you are carrying something, that's just what his job is. So it is only if maybe you have a tip-off or something, either that product has a problem. But your guys should please leave the road for them or not harass them. I've also been harassed too, but we go and we try to explain ourselves. Okay, sir, for NAFDAC, when we were informed about this window opening, there was a robust discussion. When you talk about engagement, we engage often. But some of the times, because you are the regulator, yes, sometimes you decide what is in the best interest of the country, and yeah, your regulator is fine. From what Prof is saying, for example, if I have a company in America that wants to come to do business in Nigeria, and they're looking at, let's say, to do 300 million in the first year, and they want a portfolio of 6 products, with this, they can't come. No matter how wonderful that product is, no matter how it can help the patients, they can't come because I can only register 2 and wait again and register 2 and wait again and register 2. And those 2 I'm registering in the 1 year cannot give enough sales to employ medical reps and set up office. Thirdly, or secondly for NAFDAC, we have local manufacturers here. And I thought that what we are trying to do was to limit importation so that our local manufacturers can thrive. Now, our local manufacturers cannot submit more than 2. So it's something that we need to look at again. And it's a pain point for many people because the economy is bad. And then at this level, we're also limited. So please, just to take this message across. Thank you.
Some people are murmuring that you spend more than 1 minute. No. The first 1 minute he used as Ignatius Anuku. The second minute he used as immediate past chairman. So the third one he used as a pharmacist.
So how many minutes do I have, sir?
Only one.
Okay, let me speak first as National Secretary PSN.
No.
Thank you very much, the chairman and the panelists and distinguished audience.
No greeting.
I will greet.
No.
I don't have any problem with that. It's 1 minute. And the audience, I salute your courage. I'm greeting. It's my 1 minute. You know what I want to say? Because it's good and we are happy that we have on day 3 this type of audience. Please, let's clap for ourselves. We recognize it and we are not taking it for granted.
Because the people come here are so important.
The government in power is trying to, one of the things that they shouted is that they are improving on ease of doing business. However, this policy that we have been talking about is actually rolling back that gain. Can NAFDAC look at it again? My question to the NDLA, pharmacists are professionals. There is a law that guides that practice. And it's very embarrassing when professionals are being treated like criminals. You go to the operatives go to the retail outlet, register premises as if they are going into an open market. There is a law in PCN that says no police officer less than the rank of a superintendent officer should inspect. And NDLEA is still part of the same bigger picture called Nigeria. You know. So let's take this back to the NDLEA, the agency, so that we can work together to be able, because if we don't work together, if you cannot get prescribed drug from a registered premise, people will naturally go to where they will get it from. Uncontrolled, in uncontrolled quantity and all that. That's the essence of this. And by God's grace, General Marua will be at the national conference in November also, so that we can increase this discussion among ourselves, so that we can help the average Nigerian who doesn't know that drug is a poison. Thank you very much.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all. 5. That's all. So please ask your question. That's all.
Thank you, everybody. I want to specifically talk to the NDLEA. When we say the pharmacist, by extension, it means even when you see my license. Because for those of you who are at the ports, recently we've noticed that for every container of any pharmaceutical that comes in, NDLEA will want to go and inspect it on their own time, therefore delaying clearing time of these products. Last month, one of your staff had to question my license. That was so insulting. And so that's what I'm saying. When we say we see a pharmacist is a professional, please, when you see my license, identify also that my license is myself. Because I must not be at every point of the pharmaceutical supply chain at all the times. Because I'm one individual. Please, it is very easy for us to say or to defend our staff members by saying of Basilios staff members. Bring them back home and train them properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Number two. Yes, please.
Well, my own question is to NAFDAC. And, I want to know the reason why NAFDAC has been keeping quiet on adverts, especially from these harbor people. If I go to most of the stations, you have filled all the quarters there, advertising. Television. And we all know that the claims, they are not actually proven. And yet, NAFDAC kept quiet. Even we, the manufacturers, you are guiding and regulating our own adverts seriously. So what is NAFDAC doing about this advert from the harbor people?
Okay, number three somewhere. No, it's number 3. There's number 3. Okay, that's the guy at the back. Yes. 4. Who is number 4? Okay, 4 is there. Then 5 is here. No.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Time has gone.
My name is Bello Abidemi. Yeah. And thank you for this opportunity. I want to call out 2 things, and it boils down to regulations. Number 1, I would like to, both agencies particularly, they should look to the constitution of those agencies. If the right professionals are in that agency, we will not be having this much problem. Imagine the entire NAFDAC staff are pharmacists. We will not be having this kind of problem. We should look into that. Secondly, the issue of APIs. Recently, I want to know whether what NAFDAC claims in terms of their purity, because a lot of brands of drugs flies in the market. Sometimes when you take a branded product, with 2 doses of that medication, you will get recovered. For other brands, I took 2 courses of anti-malaria tablets without any results, and they will claim that they are NAFDAC certified. So what are the integrities of those API? Please, it's very essential.
Okay. Number 4.
Yeah, thank you very much. My own is to the NDLEA. The issue is very simple and also somehow complicated. I came from Kanu, and the experience we are having there is not sweet at all. I think the greatest thing is what one of my senior has just mentioned here. In fact, there's a knowledge gap.
Okay, so we should
Which need to be improved.
Capacity.
Capacity, they need it.
Okay. No,
they
but
need
I don't
it.
want us to repeat the same thing.
They need it. Please.
Number 5. You have been done. Sorry, number 5. No, sir. I'm giving you number 5 now. Because the number 5 person said it has been said. Yes. The reason why I'm giving him this opportunity is that if you look at him, his height, and his facial appearance, you know that we are identical twins. So.
I just want to make this
even when I'm
proposal.
sitting here, they are looking down on me. So I want them to look at you and know that we are identical twins. So that they can start to look at me with the same charisma they look at you.
No comment for now.
No comments.
I just want to chip this in. Probably it can help us. Thinking aloud. You are embarrassing pharmacists. That's what we're saying. All over the country. I don't think you have the resources to train your people enough. Probably NAIP can even come and train if you allow them. Sorry. So I think even if you allow, NAIP can even organize training for you to interact. I think you should take it as a low-hanging fruit. They can even try to do it nationwide because they have members, chapters all over. So that interaction would be good. But what I'm thinking is this. Either you talk to PCN and let them have a link with PCN to see the pharmacists that are registered. So that your people can always call in and say, Mr. Shoremeku that is on the road. Or they have a short code. Because that's the technology that pharmacy labor is talking about. Let's use it. So they can use that to double check that what the man is saying. Or the driver that is carrying the drug and has his pharmacist license to check whether the company is legitimate. Anyone that you don't find on the system is legitimate. And you can do whatever you want to do with it. If you do not do that, I know my colleagues might not like this, but I just want us to stop the embarrassment. Do you want to set up your own platform for the companies handling controlled drugs to register their pharmacists on your platform? So that it is not all pharmacists you'll be embarrassing. When you see anybody with controlled drug, you know that you should have registered on your platform and you can call your office or do your USSD and check. So because if you do that, it solves a lot of problems. Because I don't understand why I can carry drugs and you'll be stopping me and embarrassing me. And the guy doesn't understand what I'm saying. He believes that because he has a gun and he has a power, that you cannot do anything. So that's just, I believe, you can use technology. And sir, to finance it, because again, government agencies, they will say it's not in the budget. Approach NGOs. They would help you because they know that what you're going to do is also help with the controlled drugs system that we're trying to put in place. Don't say it is not possible, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, we ask them, I will start with NAFDAC. He has about 5 issues. He will briefly talk around it for 2-3 minutes. 2 minutes. I wanted him to use to me. Say 2 minutes is enough. Efficiency has started with NAFDAC. A round of applause. And I mean, managing time. How many minutes do you need from NDLE? 2 minutes. Fantastic. We have another 2 minutes from them and another 2 minutes, and then we round up. Thank you. You first.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, for the comments that were made, I'll just dwell on actually 3. Others I'll take back to the management. The first one is the idea that the management sends people that cannot take decisions. It is not totally true. Management is aware of what you are doing, and management really appreciates what you are doing and see your action as important. The reason why I'm here, and I'm a deputy director, that shows my level in management. I'm also management. So that notion should be wiped out. Management is really in touch on what you are doing and sees it as important. The more reason that we are here. And I'm also a pharmacist, and I'm also a pharmacist from prof school. But I'm going to fair. So that's on the light note. That's what and then engagement, I'll take it that it means engagement with the CEOs. That's a better way, or like that, which I'll take back. That the association is seeking to have more engagement with CEOs as they also engage with the agency along the line. Then 2, on the advert stuff. NAFDAC is working on adverts. Recently, there were some engagements with the herbal people and all that. That you might not know what we do because you don't come out to shout, we have hit this person, we've done this, but I can assure you that they're working on it and it will get better. We're working, but it will get better, all like that. And then the other one, I will look at the API purity stuff about taking drugs, and then this is working, that is not working. It takes a lot for that. So you cannot in one way say it is because of this. Like that. If you start looking at the supply chain issue, a lot of things will come into that. So as pharmacists, I believe we can give different explanations for that. But I can assure you that we are doing all we can to do to make sure things like that are not repeated or are not still in the supply chain. Like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. A response to some of the questions and your comments. Ordinarily, you have said something that I will have to. I'll take it back because I know the angle at which you are talking. So I'll take it back to them. Like in the port, see, there are a lot of containers in town. There are thousands. In most cases, they are what we call controlled delivery. They might be monitoring the container right away from the port of where it even started from. So if there is a reasonable confusion for them to actually look at a particular container, regardless of who owns the container, they will definitely open that container. That is that. In most cases, we trace, you can see the arrests we have made of recent. They are not even from here. The information can come from Spain, and they will never stop it from Spain. We monitor in such a way that to get everybody that has anything to do with that. That is why it will not be stopped from the road. They will allow it to, whereas they are already looking for everybody that has connection with that particular drug. That is controlled delivery. So if there is no suspicion about a particular container, they will definitely open it. And that is it. And that's why we are seeing the arrests we are making of recent. Now, concerning, question about the superintendent of police before he can inspect the premises. Ordinarily, only one person cannot go for an arrest. So you're going to see 15, 20 people, definitely, and they are going to group themselves. The people that will enter, the people that will stay, like that. So there is no way you will not find a superintendent in that particular field. The superintendent will be there to carry out the work. What is the other question? So for your comment, we have understood the angle at which you are talking to us. So definitely there's going to be a very good collaboration between the NDLA and the Association of Industrial Pharmacists. Definitely we feel what you are feeling. We understand. We know how much you have put into your business. So we definitely go back. We will tell them this is what is happening. These are the areas that people want change, or you want to collaborate, you want to see. So that is what we'll take back to them. So we're looking forward for more collaborations.
Thank you, sir. Let me use this opportunity to thank the audience and our panelists, Dr. Bankole Ali, Pharmacist Esther Odedami, Pharmacist Simon. We are really grateful. In the last over an hour, we've spoken about the use of data. When we key it into technology, we can use both to improve regulation. That's all we are trying to communicate. And he has given us the science of it this morning as the person who led as a keynote speaker. And you are all here. During the course of our panel discussion, we were seeking to achieve some goals. Part of the goal is to look at our capability. And we knew that the regulatory bodies have some level of capability, but they can further strengthen it. They also have some level of capacity, which is goal number 2. We spoke about 7 C's. There's a need to build capacity on both sides. for you to educate us and for us to also provide some education. There's a need for increased character in terms of transparency. There's a need to improve collaboration among the critical stakeholders, not just between each of the regulatory body and NAIP, but also among the regulatory bodies themselves. The need for us to increase our commitment. We all have the same objective. We are committed to patients, to the society being drug abuse free. And we also want quality products in the marketplace. And as professionals, as we work along with PCN, it becomes easier for any one of us who is crossing the line for you to be able to deal with us from a professional perspective. All of us need to build our competencies or demonstrate it. We need to be more consistent in the things we do, and we need to work together in a much more coordinated way. The panel looked at the use of data, knowledge, wisdom, and to improve enlightenment, not just of the professional, but also of the public, various publics, so as to reduce drug abuse and to reduce the incidence of unwholesome drugs or what we call fake drugs. So the number one thing we all agree on is collaboration. Number two, the NDLEA will provide to NAIP the list of schedules, either through the link to the website. Pharmacists or that should be the liaison person, should collect these are your customers, per se. So they are not your enemies, and they are not people who are guilty, and they need to prove themselves that they are not guilty. These are people who are willing to collaborate with you and to work with you the way the ACPN came to you. These people, before the drugs get to the ACPN, it first of all comes from these people. These are the people who manufacture those products that the ACPN are selling. So please, you have to be close to them as well. This sitting called for dossiers, that the requirement of dossiers training is key. If we are not willing to spend money for that training, liaise with the NAIP people, they will look at how to put together something in this place that we, not necessarily in this expensive hotel like this, but at least that we enable all the regulatory people to sit down with you and you can get them to be trained. And it's going to be a win-win. We also spoke about the need for regulatory bodies to share data. For example, PCN can share data of over 30,000 pharmacists registered in the country with you and with NDLE. And that means if I say I'm a pharmaceutical rep, Pharmacist Ignatius, my powerful immediate past chairman, I will have fined you today because you called pharmaceutical reps med reps. We are pharmaceutical reps. In 1984, NAIP had a meeting. In that meeting, a decision was taken by NAIP that we would change the name from med reps to pharmaceutical reps because we're actually pharmaceutical representatives. Secondly, we also took a decision that we only take pharmacists to sell ethical drugs. So we moved all the nurses, all pharmacologists. In fact, the decision was taken in the conference room of Pfizer. And I think either Mr. Remuli or something like that was the chairman there. And so we moved all the non-pharmacists to OTC, and we kept only pharmacists in the ethical. Fantastic. So, but please, we should not be calling it MedReps. So, just like I've told the ACPN, there's nothing like pharmacy shop. It is pharmacy. We are not a business people. We are professionals. Every time you say pharmacy shop, the likes of NDLEA will start to treat us as merchants, as traders. We are professionals. Nobody goes to a clinic to go and look at if a doctor's prescription is right or wrong. Nobody goes to a clinic to look at if the signature is correct or wrong. But 6 to 8 different regulatory bodies come to pharmacy to come and be troubling us. So we need to really put a standard in place. We are pharmacists. Then the stage 3 certification that you and PCN had, we celebrated it. I will continue to celebrate. Please let us feel that stage 3 certification through transparency, through the methodology you are doing things, by fulfilling the promises. If we are opening a door once per quarter, June should have been by April, quarter two should have begun. So if we go and review your calendar so that you know that quarter one starts from January, quarter two starts from April, quarter three. So we want registration stages to be monitored on e-registration, like we said. By the time you educate the regulatory bodies, managers, they'll be able to understand. Documentation of hard substances will need to also be done by members of the group of NAIP so that the NDLEA can find data they can use. We need workshop with critical stakeholders of both the industry and regulatory bodies. The windows of submission of dossiers to be opened quarterly as promised. Capacity building on role of pharmaceutical reps also needs to be done so that pharmaceutical reps should go along with them. Not like I have a photocopy of my license with me. I learned how to have a photocopy when there was no electronic format like this in various parts of my car. Because as a med rep, I was used to being just troubled. I used to, sorry. And remember, that time I was a med rep. But after 1984, I was no longer med rep. Thank you. Thank you for defending me, Joe. And I used to cover Badagry. And anybody going to Badagry General Hospital will know that there used to be a lot of custom and a lot of different people along that road. They used to trouble me. Every time they just stop me, I would just show my license before they even ask for anything. Because by the time they open my book, they will see medicine. And the first thing they go and read are the side effects. Or they look at indications. And then they'll be saying so many things that is so annoying. But I think now we should encourage all our pharmaceutical reps to carry their licenses with them, photocopies and electronic copies. And I want to encourage all pharmacists to do the same thing. Because even when you carry medicines with you, for you to use, and you are traveling, there are times regulatory authorities at the airport, they harass you. I've been to Spain, and they say, what do? I say, and I just told them I work for Pfizer. I said, which one? I said, it's a drug company. The only thing they had was the word drug. They asked me to stay on the side. So when I was being interviewed, somebody now spoke about something, and I said, yes, I'm apothecary. Oh, they said, that's the pharmacist? I said, yes. I said, sorry, you can't go. So at times, it's necessary for us to know the right words to use. We need to enrich the ease of doing business, as said by the Prince and the Secretary of PSM. And I think the regulatory bodies will do a lot to support the VP office in improving the ease of doing business. This of doing business means the totality of the process to support Nigerians to do business and to support the foreign partners we are bringing to the country to enter into the country. And if we are enhancing people to come into the country to make flour, to make other things, but we are not supporting those who want to come into the country to make medicine. Yesterday we heard that the greatest wealth is health. And healthcare itself is not credible without medicine. All the coup plotters in this country, the statement they tell us once they seize the radio is that the clinics, they get prescription without medicine. By consulting the clinics without medicine. Medicine is what makes healthcare credible. And so we want to appeal to all the regulatory bodies to please make it easier for those of us who are organized private sector who want to make this medicine available to the public. When you put all this on our way, you are making the ease of doing business to become tougher. Biopharmaceuticals laboratory. Years ago, I can't say it now, but I'm sure NAFDAC is able to do pharmacokinetics and bioavailability testing. It will be necessary for NAIP to work with CACHI or some other organization to have a laboratory that can actually differentiate you. So that when it is you identifying some fake drugs and you are reporting to NAFDAC, NAFDAC will know that you are partners in the same progress. We are working towards the same objective. Capacity building for NDLEA and for the NDLEA to also do capacity building for our people. We need to therefore engage all the regulatory bodies as part of our plan of action, particularly the chief executives of the regulatory bodies should sit down with the chief executive of the NAIP, the CEO forum, as a way to put all this together and for us to come up with a position paper like we have done with various individual engagement of various regulatory bodies so that all of them can work together and understand that we are in the same boat, we have the same objective and the same goal. On that note, throughout the period, I never saw anybody make so much noise that we will ask them to stand up and close their eyes. It means you listen very well. We'd like to thank everybody for this program. I've already promised that we'll be closed. God bless you. Thank you.
A very, very big thank you to this distinguished panelists. What do you expect from a prof? We are having a group photograph before you step down. Yes, for a group photograph, the NAIP chair. Yeah. Just hold on. Thank you so very much, Prof. And our discussant, thank you. We'll take just 10 minutes of relief before we get into the second plenary today. And it's my pleasure to bring forward the comedian. I've just been told that pharmacists are never trained to laugh. That is not part of our curriculum, yes. And that's why most times you see us look the way we look. So it's my pleasure to bring Bash the Cash up. I'm going to give you only 10 minutes. Do your thing and allow pharmacists to laugh. Let's put our hands together as it comes up.
Like 5-10 minutes, because I just have one or two things to discuss. That's what. Now, can you please put your wonderful hands together? Thank you very much, sir. They say pharmacists don't laugh, and I know the reason. It's because you are the only set of people that understand the handwriting of doctors. When doctors write prescription for us and we get there, a lot of us hold it and we don't understand it, or else you're a pharmacist. I mean, we'll just take it like this one, and you did this, you did this. My name is Bash the Cash, in case you're meeting me for the first time. I'm not a comedian alone, I'm a social commentator, because we have to put a lot of things into consideration. The first thing I asked immediately I got here is that when we do this event true, they told me 4. I said, I hope those people are lodged here. They asked me why. I said, because if they live in Lagos, Lagos is divided to 4 regions. The island, the mainland, the inland, and the no man's land. I will explain. If you are living on all these areas I want to call, you are on the island, names of areas that have surnames. Adjose Adeogun, Adeola Adeku, Bishop Abayo Adeko, Banana Island, Pavie, Ikoyi. There they have what we call hold up, because they have traffic lights controlling them. So you're on the island. So what they sell in the hold up are pamphlet. They'll tell you buy properties, you understand? Island. If you let you cross Third Mainland and the names of the areas sound like advice, like Surulere, Bariga, Ikeja, GRA, Maryland, not the one in America, the one here, Agidingbi, Amokoko, Alako, my brother. You are welcome to the inland. Here we have what we call go slow. It will be moving. Why they have there is because traffic light, but here on the mainland, we're a little bit confused. We have traffic light and linesman controlling you. So if traffic light tell you go, linesman can tell you wait. If you follow traffic light, you will pay. So you will be looking at the transparent, be looking at the traffic light. Things they sell, they still give you pamphlets, properties, to buy stuff like that. These areas I'm about to mention is called inland, because you must calculate order before you go home. And they always start with Iano. I will wait now. They always start with Iano. Iano Paja, Iano Cementi, Colete, Alakoko Alagbado. Their bus stop are always very annoying. Mortuary bus stop, cemetery, Uniposi, Olonje, Alakoko, Eledi, Ikorodu. You know them. My brother, if you are living there, they don't have go slow, they don't have hold up, they have park well. Because that when you park, you don't know what's the cause of the traffic. You before you know, after 15 minutes, you and your other vehicle, you are neighbors. Now say we don't know. And the most annoying part is when you get there, you don't see the cost of the hold up. Those are inland. These areas I'm about to mention, if you are living there, Sanwo-Olu, you don't even know your governor. Because you are between Lagos and Ogun. And if you are living in Mowe, Akute Alagbole, you know you can be living in Akute, you can do like this and you'll be in Lagos, do like this, you'll be in Ogun. So you can convince, your PVC, you don't know who to vote for. The Abiodun or Sanwo-Olu, Abiodun, you can vote for both of them. So we have to make the event very snappy. Because, mommy, in the 70s, people leave the village to come to Lagos, but now stylishly because of house rent. If you notice, we are leaving Lagos back to the village. You rent house rent, 50,000, commission 50,000, damages 80,000. Legal. What are we legaling? Before you know, you say house rent is too much for Ikoyi. From Ikoyi, you move to Ikeja. Ikeja, you move to Ikorodu. Ikorodu, you move to Mowe. Mowe, you move to Bafo. No be express, you don't depart, go so. And you say you know they go your village. Don't be Shagabi, you go choose where you they go for your village or anywhere. Now express you they go. Now Shagabi, you go choose where you they go. A lot of things have changed. I walked in here and I noticed a lot of things. Where pharmacists, people like you talking all day, you guys are laughing and doing any other thing. And I was sitting down there and somebody's like, Bash, why did you change your name from Bash to Bash the Cash? I said, because I realized everything that is good in life, they have a surname. Rich people, if you notice, they introduce themselves, their surname, sir. They'll call some first name now, you automatically know the surname. When I say Olusegun, who am I talking about? When I say Bola, Raji, even foreign, if I say Bill, who am I talking about? Barack. But because they have the surname. Check out the best. No. Check out the best drinks. They have surname. NSC, VSOP, Jack Daniel, Moet and Chandon, John Walker, Coca-Cola. Drink that will wound you. They sell it under the outside. This short name, Agbara, Shinap, you will wound yourself. Check out the best cars. Those cars you park outside, they have surname. Lamborghini Porsche, Honda Accord, Bugatti Veyron, Mercedes Benz, Toyota Venza, Crosstour. Those are cars you buy without plate number. Any car you want to buy. They put ever water on top. They're not right with paper, especially 5-liter keg with water. They're not right with paper. Please buy me. Don't buy it. It's because the problem wants to kill the farmer owner. I need to share my experience before I leave, sir. The first car I bought in Lagos, or if I say, Bash, you are making money, you need to get a car. Now, they did not tell me there's a difference between a car, an automobile, and a motor car. They took me to Owode. When I get there, how much is this motor? They said, nah. He said, my brother, this car, the original is 3 million, but because of you, I will sell it for you for 110,000. I shock. It was when I know I'm in trouble. When I get the guy the 110,000, when I was going, he gave me back 5,000. He now made this statement, farewell. No, I never know the meaning of farewell until I get to the next fuel at train station. When I get to the fuel, I gave the guy 2,000. I said, my brother, he said, nah, sell fuel. He checked the right side. He called him, my brother, where's the fuel tag? Son, don't shy. He checked the right side. No fuel tag left. No fuel tag up. No fuel tag under. No fuel tag front or motor. Where's the fuel tag? Son, don't shout on me. I told you the original is 3 million. I even consider you. I even give you 5,000 to buy fuel. You did not see the fuel attendant. I said, send now open the boot. You see that 50-liter jerry can with 2 wires. That is where you'll be buying the fuel. And please don't forget to buy red oil to appease the god of the motor. Excuse me, ma. Everything about my motor. One day I was cleansing, you know, Joelegba Bridge. As I was going up, I put my motor for gear 2. I know they say the motor they reverse. Now the conductor they tell me, I said, I want you move last. Well, no, I'm not joking. If you start automobile, all those good cars, have you noticed you don't hear the noise of the engine? Yeah, those good cars. If you start my motor, it's like the engine is laughing the owner. When you started, I hear something like. Now, they will get one friend where go the advice, pump. I go pump. When the car want to kill me, one day I was passing in front of my church. My pastor said, sow a seed that will surprise me. I said, nothing will surprise you than my car. As I was rolling the key, said something will tell you not to drop the key. I said nothing for life. Motorway won't kill me. Motorway, you don't say any car when you buy when mechanic done they discuss you are in trouble. When you are called the second time, mechanic done they talk. Oh to Timbo, another problem. Silencer last year, exhaust ilomatu yolo, labi rumoto with the wolele. And any car you buy, they advising you, you are in trouble. As I was doing, I got the man of God said, kneel down. Oh, because you surprised me. The governor will look for you. For my mind, I say, you don't get my number. He said, Buhari will lose you. I said, Lord, lose you. Me, we are nowhere to bring. The next morning, my phone rang. Brrr. I check, it was my pastor. I no pick. He called me with a web number. I get that one too. I no pick. He now call me for business center. I the number. I pick. He no talk. I no talk. He no talk. I no talk. The mistake where I just do, I just say, hello, who is there? With tears. He said, if you cut this call, I will swear for you. He said, you swear a lot to the Lord. I said, yes. He said, the Lord don't want trouble. I've been on third wheeler for more than 3 hours. Nothing is working in your motor. Ordinary N9 on 9 price. Instead of P, I hear 9 bonnets come out. Like small was supposed to arrest me. They said farewell. I said I waited. They tell me when I buy and be that. My name is Bash the Cash. Thank you very much. I'll see you in the evening. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Now pharmacists are smiling and laughing. That's a very good relief. Our time is fast spent, so we have to rush this final lap. It's my pleasure to welcome Pharmacist Ekene Agwolu, the NAIP Technical Director, also the MD and CEO of Ecomed. Please let's put our hands together to welcome him. All right. Thank you for your presence here today. It's my pleasure, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to bring our final speaker to the stage this afternoon. It's none other than Pharmacist Onya Nwachi Steve, PhD. Please step forward for your citation, sir. Dr. Steve Onya has more than 33 years of experience in the pharmaceutical and healthcare-related industries, including public health interventions in Nigeria. These experiences include, but not limited to, manufacturing, quality control and assurance, supply chain and distribution, and pharmacovigilance for drugs and vaccines. Steve Onya was the managing director, CEO of Chi Pharmaceutical Limited, and executive director of Chi Limited for over 26 years. He led Chi Pharmaceuticals Limited to be one of the youngest pharmaceutical companies globally to obtain the WHO CGMP. Under his leadership, Chi also got certification from USAID, USP, UNICEF, and a few other international development agencies. This certification attracted foreign earnings running into millions of dollars to the company, accruing from supplies to other African countries on behalf of donors. He is currently the chairman CEO of the Anchor Healthcare Limited. He is working in partnership with APIFA and European Investment Bank to support the local manufacturing of API in sub-Saharan Africa. He played a key role in the development of vaccine supply chain strategy for the Nigerian Primary Healthcare Development Agency for COVID-19 vaccine intervention during the pandemic. So much money came in. Steve Onya holds a PhD in public health from a leading university in the US, a master's degree in marketing from a UK university, and a bachelor's degree in pharmacy from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He also He also holds certificates in genetic testing and sequencing technologies, including viral immunology and vaccine from the Harvard University. He has a strong skills and expert knowledge in pharmacy, public health, epidemiology, marketing, genetics, and immunology, and a vaccine platform development. Steve Onya is a fellow of the PSN, the Pharmaceutical Society of Nigeria, a fellow of the Institute of Brand Management of Nigeria, IBMN, and several other professional associations in public health and epidemiology. He's also a member of the UN Committee on Maternal Child Care Health Commodities. Amongst his publications includes palatability studies on MAX tablets, a clinical stress or study on acceptability of zinc tablets in children, essential medicine guide, comparative regulatory studies, global experience, ethnocentric consumer behavior in Nigeria, cost benefits of investing in WHO GMP plant certification and pre-qualification, and also living in an oil-polluted environment in Nigeria as a risk factor in colorectal cancer development. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present to you Dr. Steve Onya.
Thank you very much. I know that today the time is quite spent. I must appreciate the audience. Usually it's unusual to have at this time half of the population will have gone. But I can see the attention is quite rapt. Please, can you put her together for all the person there? You know, I was afraid when I told Prof. Larry Barry, I said, by the time it reaches my turn, I won't have anybody. But I'm delighted to say that I've standing and I'm taller than any other person because my presentation is being preceded by an interlude. Good for hand for you students. You know, when a good thing is coming, it's always being heralded by something special. I think the guy that gave all this did wonderful work, just to show you the importance of the role of pharmacists in vaccine intervention. Why this topic? When I was told, the chairman said the role of pharmacists in vaccine manufacturing. I said, no. When you say vaccine manufacturing, you are limiting the scope of the pharmacist. I have listened even to all the discussion I'm going today, and something just occurred to me. I was telling Lele this today, I said, the person that owns Moderna was born 1972. And I'm sure 1972, I was already a big boy. Just let me tell you something. As a young boy, small infant, I was considered small child in the Civil War as a small child because my town first fell to the federal troops, so I was forced to join as a small child, even though I was thrown in stone, just to make sure I was at town. Why I'm just saying so, 72, I was already matured, whether because of age or because of the experience. So someone of 72, he told me he had about $15.5 billion. Dangote has about 12.8. Maybe it's now to 2.8. His office is just from here to here. Why? Because the only platform development of vaccine, only one, Moderna. And when you were arguing with this NAFDAC, NDLA, you know, my mind told me, how much are you arguing about this on Naira there? Wasted all the energy and all the time. Every time I've been hearing about this for so many years. And I said, this is very unfortunate. Where the money is being made, no argument. Anyway, it's not my topic of research today. Please, do I have a slide there? Well, I don't want to bore you with this. Is not supposed to be it ought to be a more of a discussion that we ought to discuss and then see how we can move forward there. I don't want to go ahead speaking about what is vaccine. I just want to say that it's a public health intervention. Good, that's all. That's all about mitigation of burden and offer both direct and, of course, when people sometimes think about health immunity, I was telling them in Pharma Healthcare that health immunity was developed in Nigeria even before vaccine came in. And I gave them evidence. I said, look, because unknown to them, common cold, if you look at the COVID lifestyle, the common cold had some form of immunity, and many people who have common cold. That's why most of them did not even have it. A lot of Nigerians were developing it and even immunity, no matter how late it was. So that's why you go to my village, somewhere in the east and all that. If you talk about, what do you call it, carrying your, when I went there, they said, remove that, you are the one bringing it to us. And show people how to experience. The neighbor, I was embarrassed. The whole congregation, and I was the one putting masks and keeping social distance. They said they weren't bringing it from Lagos and I should not come near them. So what I'm trying to say is that we developed even health immunity even before the vaccines came with them. What is the controversy? Don't forget the role of pharmacists in vaccine intervention. Now, there are a lot of emerging evidence, even peer-reviewed journals, showing that pharmacists have a role to play. And I'm telling you, in Nigeria, I was challenged until something happened when I was called to come and advise the coordinator of the presidential task force. Had to call me. And I have to go and meet the director, what do you call it, Director General of Welfare, Primary Healthcare. And when I'm going to tell them, I didn't want to go there and say I'm part of public health. I'm going to say, I am a pharmacist. Because even my studies in the US, when I was doing something in Harvard, 99.99%, it's only me, let me say 99% was a pharmacist. The rest came from different places, but I always coming forward to say, I am a pharmacist. Now I find out that was a distinguishing factor. They respected me a lot, more than any other person. Do you know why? They felt that they were rather delving into my core competence. But meanwhile, I hope you know what I'm trying to say. They were looking at me that they are rather going into my own core competence. But in Nigeria, people think that going to vaccines is the exclusive preserve of people in the either immunology or virologists and all that. Even veterinary practitioners think it's their own competence. And I say, no, this is not possible. And we're going to see what happened and see what is going to happen. And that's why the first question I asked myself, do you think pharmacists has a role to play in vaccine intervention? Hold your thought for just a moment. Like I said, the SMP reviews scholarly articles on the role of pharmacy in vaccine, biological, and biosimilar design, manufacturing, distribution, administration, and pharmacovigilance, including bridging trials. Let me tell you briefly, I was talking to the DG of NAPDAC when AstraZeneca sent some data. I asked a question. Do they send anything on bridging trials? The moment you select a population, especially in children, and that population is not within the area you're going to administer, they need to do a bridging trial to confirm that. They said no. There was some political undertone now that said no, it's not a problem. So this is part of the thing I think the role of pharmacy is going to be. The Center for Evidence-Based Piece of Literature have brought a compelling and profound argument to support the role of pharmacists as one expert in vaccine design. But the question people ask me, do you think pharmacists can do vaccine design? If I ask anybody here, they said, no, we are not trained to do that. The pharmacists are not trained to do vaccine design. Therefore, they are not experts and also they are excluded in area of vaccine intervention in any setup. But I'm here to tell you that pharmacists has a role to play in vaccine design. We are going to discuss it briefly. R&D, manufacturing, quality assurance, and control. If you remember, I think the DG of NAFDAC was telling me that there was a meeting in South Africa recently, and it's okay, South Africa has a platform. Let every other country do what I consider the downstream, F&F, fill and fill. That is fill and finish. And I challenged the DG. I said, how can we do fill and finish? He said, no. Of course, this is a public audience. I may not be able to explain them. There are some form of protectionism people are doing that have no reason. I said, no. Let us have the correct platform in Nigeria. When they were saying, well, difficult for them to do GMP, WHO GMP, we approached. In fact, I listened from the team to Paul Ohi, and Paul Ohi graciously said, look, let's go to WHO. We went to Geneva, sat down with them and said, what does it take? They gave us all the do's and don'ts. We were about 22. We said we will do it. And we came down. Fortunately, 4 of us, she, me and Baker, Evans, and Swiffer, we got it. It was done. Even though it was not translated into cash, some of them went under. Of course, she was a slightly lucky person because we went beyond that and went to other places and got a lot of money. Like you read in the citation, we made millions and millions of dollars. I'm sure a lot of my staff are here to testify that. Because we did the right thing and we followed the right steps to do that. Now, as immunizers, vaccine distributors, educators, facilitators, and administrators. Pharmacists has a role to play there. Promotion of health literacy. What is health literacy? Basically, trying to educate people on ability to be able to do what I call positive health behavior, so they'll be able to support other people to do that. Support the removal of barriers to access to healthcare setting, offering immunization. But let me put out the last one, which is supposed to be number 5. There are chief protagonists. Chief protagonists to reduce vaccine hesitancy across population. You know, when you were talking about vaccine hesitancy, my experience in the US proves what I'm just trying to argue. Pharmacists have reduced drastically the issue of vaccine. The reason is because when we go further, I'll tell you what vaccine resistance. Those who don't know it, the concept of 3 C's. Pharmacists and everyone have solved that problem with the 3 C's because they've been able to show that as pharmacists, when they advise you, the fear of who is giving me this thing is rest assured. The fear of the competence of the pharmacist and the system is taken care of. So a lot of people begin to find out. That is why, if you look at the level of immunization, COVID-19 in the US, using the pharmacist to our pharmacists, if I tell you the number, the population, it's amazing. I was telling I think he has gone, Mohammed, he's still there. Sorry, my memory was on there. The registrar of pharmacy council, and they told me he's on his way out now. But I remember, I called him. He said he had mentioned it to them in the National Primary Healthcare. But they were not willing to accept pharmacies and pharmacists to play that role. And I said, how do you do the coverage? It was very still there. So, but there was been an enforcement recently, especially this in Canada recently in Waterloo. There have been an evidence-based, research that showed that intimacy as immunizers, a national network of pharmacy practice researchers with a strong interest in commitment towards what they call pharmacy-led immunization. Of course, these meetings have demonstrated that pharmacists in community practice, hospitals, academia, research and development, and industry, like people gathered here today, have a veritable role to play in giving effect to effective and efficient vaccine intervention, irrespective of epidemiological evidence of people, place, and time. Of course, pharmacists have a key role to play, like I mentioned to you there, and this is very key for us to do that. Let me go quickly about the European Intermediate Council of Aging. This is a recent one that have given a lot of credence to the role of pharmacists in team-based intervention in Nigeria there. What is driving this integration of pharmacists in the overall implementation of vaccine intervention globally is informed by their perceived potential role in pharmacists in reducing vaccine hesitancy. Now, what is vaccine hesitancy? I know why I brought this in, to know what pharmacists are doing. Lack of confidence, effectiveness, safety, and system and policy makers. If you go to a hospital and you see a pharmacist telling you this drug, this vaccine is very effective, it is safe and all that, you are likely to take it serious than when a nurse, but even when a doctor is telling you about those things there. So they now find out that pharmacists are playing a very role. If you go to them and say, look, these vaccines are safe. It brings the confidence of those people who are going to do. That's why one of the 3 C's, that the lack of confidence, is being solved by pharmacists. The other one is the issue of, the other C is the complacency. Complacency is basically a health risk when people perceive that what I'm talking about is low risk of infection. It happened in Nigeria very clear. Like I said before, if you go to some villages, they tell you COVID doesn't exist. If it does, it comes as a flu like any other thing it goes. So that was a meaning, but the pharmacist will be able to give you advice on how those things can be managed. Another one is the lack of convenience, availability, accessibility, and other is this also issue of cultural context. Now, pharmacy, by reason of their training, especially in the community and pharmacy, we play these roles effectively and efficiently than competing healthcare providers. Who are competing healthcare providers here? Veterinary doctors are here too. You have the doctors, you have the nurses. Of course, in the US, the nurses can also, I'm sure Professor Beretta knows, they can also prescribe. I'm sure all of you know that. There are some even strong reasons that are backing them to prescribe. Now, One of the things they have made pharmacists a little bit limited. The argument is that if you go to any department, they tell you pharmacists do not have any idea on immunology. Therefore, if you don't have any idea on immunology, you cannot talk about vaccine, especially vaccine development. My argument to them is one, the doctors say in the hospital that they only know a small of all the other components, but they are the leader. And I said, in anything like vaccine, drugs, whether we call it biological or biosimilars, pharmacists should lead. Because if you look at stage 1 in clinical trial, preclinical, in targeting, the pharmacists are there. Sometimes they need organic chemists to be able to do medicinal chemists. Pharmacists are also there in medicinal chemistry. They need them. By the time you do lead optimization and do structural activity relationship, still in preclinical trial, the pharmacists are there, they understand that. And my experience is that, for instance, if you have a methyl group in some period, they say this is likely to have liver toxicity. An organic chemist is not likely to have that. A medical doctor is not likely to have that. A scientist is not likely to have that. Like I said, the MD of Moderna is an engineer. Is coming from engineering background. So when you're talking about, he's not likely to have those information. So along the spectrum, the pharmacist is the only one that has the basic knowledge across. Therefore, my argument is that pharmacists should allow to lead everything. Forget about immunization. It's just a common way to be able to do that. Now, just give me a few minutes just to look about what this immunity, because very key for us to understand how it happened there. When viruses attach to the surface host cells, of course, the sensory cells will detect the type of cell and respond appropriately through what they call the antigen presenting cells, APC. We just call it APC. It's not APC as a party, also in there. With the support of bigger histo, don't mind the languages. I just want to bring out something there. MC1 or FC2. This APC will process the vital antigen and present them to the surface of the cells and the immune system to work on it. Some of these APC include the dendritic cells, macrophage cells, and the beta cells. The immune cells, after maturation from the lymph that binds these components I'm talking about, they go to helper cell and derivatives and the cytotoxic cells, which are MC1. The activation of this germinal center will now lead to the production of long-term memory T cells or B cells, which serve to detect future attacks that are specific to these APC cells or beta cells. That's what exactly that's all about vaccine. When you have a pre-exposure, the system develops in such a way that you'll be able to produce what? Long-term memory B or beta cells. So that when you have it in future, they should be able to dictate and say, oh, I've seen this before, they'll be able to do that. That's all. Whether it is adaptive immunity or even immune immunity, that's how we've seen them. I'm also saying that simultaneously, the pattern recognition receptors, such as, I don't want to go through all those things, what they do is to bind to the viral nucleic acid to detect the viral infection and trigger the immune response complex. There are two main immune systems that are activated to defend the host cell during viral infection. One is the innate immune system. The other one is adaptive immune system, which is where only the vaccine play a role. Vaccine doesn't have any role to play in innate immune system. That's in the immune system is the one that innate itself, natural, which include the barrier cell wall, the intestinal mucosa, and all that. But the adaptive system is where antibodies, after you have exposed, then you develop a system that will be able to detect such future state there. Now, let me just quickly look at this diagram. It's not something difficult. The first one here, basically, is the toll-like receptors. When the virus attacks you, the toll-like receptor will detect them, I said, the sensory cells. It comes to the phagocytes or the macrophage cells, they phagocyte them, and then be able to do the antigen and present them at the surface of the parent there, triggering down reactions of the T lymphocyte, which is 4 and 5. The T lymphocyte and the macrophage must find together with the MC2. And there must be a co-stimulatory effect on the second one of 6, 7, 8, where you have the CD4, CD3, all those other combinations coming together. Once that is done, it will trigger a lot of immune systems. And that's where you have the T lymphocyte. Eventually end up, when you see number 12, you are looking at, that's a step for antibodies. Those antibodies eventually is what go and do what? Neutralize the antigen that are present there. That is how it works out there. Now, when a viral particle will attack the surface, I just want to first of all have the binding, the fusion. It uncoats. It uncoats. What follows is replication. They have two ways. After replication, it can also do transcription. Transcription means either it was a DNA, it can go to RNA. Of course, the next form is what they call translation. Man is going into the protein. Everything we're talking about is actually protein. The endpoint is that determine the area, the kind of protein assembly. Don't they have a burden? From when they are burdened, the next thing is the virus is released to the surface. I don't want to go into some of those things because this is actually where you have the COVID-19. I think we'll be able to go to this thing there. Now, let me come quickly to where I think the main topic of today is actually where we have the roadmap to vaccine intervention. One of them is the first thing you do is a vaccine platform development, clinical trials, manufacturing, distribution and administration, pharmacovigilance. And my considered opinion, I think these 5 key areas, pharmacists should have a role to play. Now, the vaccine platform, which is being used today, many vaccines, what they do is to stimulate a strong antibody response against viral surface proteins, leading to neutralization and removal of the circulating virus. Now, let me just leave this part to give you one of the keyboards and platform. Now, in designing a platform, like what they do in Moderna or J&J or whatever, first of all, when designing a vaccine platform, on a surface, they are used to main antigens and they are bound to the antibody. However, including internal viral protein can help increase the immune response by activating the macrophages. Also, the durability and strength of immune response is also influenced by the addition of adjuvants. If you look at all the vaccines, most of them don't have adjuvants. My argument is that most pharmacists I know in the US understand why the importance of adjuvants don't they? If you ask them in Pfizer or Moderna, they'll say they have enough strong immunity that you don't need adjuvant. But argument is if the pharmacist say, no, you need adjuvant because they have their role to play to activate not only the, what do you call it, the adaptive, but also the innate immune system. And when you do that, you don't need what? Booster doses and all that. But because most of them don't have adjuvant, that is why you need to keep on giving sub-unit doses and boosters there. But the first consideration we are doing vaccine development is to answer the question of correlates of protection. First important is the correlate of protection. This simply means if I give this vaccine, what the level of immunity response am I getting, molecules, what the kind of system I'm getting in terms of the cytokines, their movement, and antibodies that can help me, determine whether the individual is likely to be immune or reinfection with the pathogen. One of the most important ones in this platform development is attenuated live vaccine. I'm sure all of you know attenuated live vaccine. That's one platform. The second one is the heat or chemical destroy whole viral vaccine. The live attenuated vaccine and whole kill virus vaccine generally do not require adjuvants to generate durable immune responses. This type of vaccine contains viral molecules that can activate innate immune receptors. In contrast, toxoids, as you know, and subunit vaccines generally require adjuvants. But like I mentioned to you, most of the vaccines don't have an adjuvant. That's why you see a lot of booster doses to be able to do that. Adjuvants can be combined with antigens to increase the immune response to the antigen. Adjuvants generally increase inflammation and activation of antigen-presenting cells. I talk about the APC. To activate them, you need adjuvant to be able to give enhanced and robust, immune system. I will not talk about the toxoid because they are not very important. The subunit vaccines, some of them are under development, so you don't have really a core subunit vaccine there. And like I said before, every vaccine is targeting towards development of protein. at the surface where you can be able to target there and develop their vaccine. Now, the hybrid vaccines, these are viral vector-based vaccines. Of course, you know AstraZeneca and J&J. You know they are not the same. The only difference is that while AstraZeneca uses chimpanzee for the viral vector, J&J uses that of human. And that explains why sometimes J&J, the level of reactions lower, milder than what you have in AstraZeneca because they're using chimpanzee. So the immunogenicity for that can also complement the whole thing. See more reaction there. So what you are saying, after a hybrid vaccine has been administered, the viral vector binds and enters host cells, and a member of things occur. In addition to expression of protein antigen of interest, adenoviral proteins will engage innate receptors on in the dendritic cells, which enhances the dendritic cells' antigen processing function. In order to render this adenoviral receptor safe for use, somebody was asking, why did we start having problem with AstraZeneca vaccine? Because sometimes if you do not change the mutation of those viral vectors, you're likely to have a problem. These mutations are introduced into the viral E1 gene, which prevent the virus from replicating and causing disease. The expression of proteins such as spike protein from pathogenic viruses encoded on the viral genome is necessary for these vaccines to be very effective. Now, what about one of the latest group? The latest one for now is what they call the nucleic acid-based platform. That means either it's RNA-based or a DNA-based. But we don't have any DNA-based for now. We have RNA-based. And most of them are messenger-based RNA. Messenger-based RNA vaccine contain RNA from viral genome that induce the production of viral protein by host cells. That's what they do. To avoid activation of innate immunity, what the RNA does is that they tend to be modified. And by the way, the RNAs are done in the lab. It's not, they are actually manufactured in the lab. The messenger RNAs are done in the lab. So when it's done in the lab, that's where they do the vaccine. It's now when you inject to the system, what it does, the RNA immediately, it sends a signal. People say go to the nucleus. No, it has nothing to do with the DNA there. It signals the system that to begin to produce proteins of interest, and this comes out there and become envelope protein. That's why you see coming out with the spike protein there. That's actually what we do. And this now gives you the indication that you are doing the right thing when you're not putting there. Let me go back to this face. So when the envelope protein is put in there, it's already triggered a reaction that when you now have any infection from RNA, this has already triggered all the process I told you in developing the antibody to resist. Immediately you see this, the body has also to respond to it. And mRNA, like I said, it contains from viral genome that induce production of viral protein by host cells. And then to avoid activation of innate immunity, the viral RNA must be modified, such as by the addition of, forget about the details of 5,7-methylguanine cap, incorporation of a specific form of uridine and removal of DS double-strand RNA. Viral proteins encoded by RNA in the vaccine will be presented to the immune system by various mechanisms. When I say present to the immune system, like I told you, the moment you come into the system, the macrophages, the dendritic cells, process them and present them to the cells. Then the cells will be recognized by all the host of immune system builders. And then eventually they go into the beta cells and the long-term T cells, preparation to recognizing such in future intervention to be able to attack them, having known what they are doing there. Now, the first one is the clinical trial. That's number 2. The first one is vaccine platform development. The second one is clinical trial. I just want to paraphrase it. Phase 1. I'm trying to remove as much as possible the preclinical trial stages and all that because it's going to take a lot of time. Phase 1 is limited trial on animals to determine safety and lead optimization. I just mentioned lead optimization. When you have heat to lead, the moment, and some of you are medicinal chemists, the moment you want to do the vaccine, you are targeting a protein and said, what do I need to do to be able to generate this kind of activity?
That's what is a targeting. And then that gives you an idea of the heat. And then have lead. That means out of how many million molecules, you select only those ones that are useful to what you're going to do. That's the lead. Then that lead, you begin to optimize it. That means trying to do structure-activity relationship. The structure will be complex. You begin to reduce them until you get exactly the one you're going to do. Phase 2 is basically extensive studies. It's still in limited human population to determine mainly dosage, efficacy, and safety. In phase 3, which is the major one in phase 3, that's where you use a large studies. That is where the problem is. Here you have to spend a lot of money because once you, and by the way, the vaccine from COVID, most of them bypass so many stages. And that's why sometimes they don't have a lot of information there. They pass so many stages in order to get this thing very fast because of public health goods. Now, the phase 3 is the last study in healthy population to come. You know, if you are doing something on ordinary drugs, normal medicaments and all that, you select a population that has the disease of interest. But in vaccine, you use what? A healthy population when you are doing your trials there. The next phase goes, once you are to do the PMS, the post-marketing surveillance, or pharmacovigilance, including bridging trials there. This is very important. I'm told, even here in the Nigerian field, that pharmacists are playing a lot of role in post-marketing surveillance and bridging studies. Now, the next thing is the manufacturing and quality assurance. Like I said, in Nigeria, we're only doing mainly fill and finish activity, which I call the downstream operations, following all the GMP rules in manufacturing for biological vaccine and all that. Pharmacists are doing that, but the question is that how many pharmacists will you employ in only the manufacturing? The number may be limited to the scope of the activities you are going to do there. Now, distribution and storage. Some of my friends tell me, Steve, this is where pharmacists have to play a role. And I say, no. They think pharmacists' role is only to store and release this in there. That's probably what they're doing there. Like when I was talking to the Nigeria Primary Health Care, the lady who is in charge there is a pharmacist. She's not a pharmacist. The lady in charge of the distribution said, this is what we do there. And I said, no, pharmacists should not only be given only storage and everything knowledge. They have no more than that. Vaccine is purely to the hand of all pharmacists. And again, the name industrial pharmacists, it rings a bell to me that they should be able to drive this process beyond all we are doing in this. It is the industrial pharmacists that own this product called vaccines. So this is the problem of the pharmacists. The pharmacists have the expertise and regulatory knowledge on how best drugs are stored, including the impact on temperature excursions of drugs during storage across distribution value chain. Of course, related to that is the post-marketing surveillance and all that. I don't want to go into that. Now, I want to ask a question in concluding. Do you think that pharmacists have a role to play in vaccine intervention during disease outbreak or pandemics? Can anybody tell me why you think pharmacists can do that? I give you only 1 minute to say that so that we can conclude. Anybody that is convinced that pharmacy can play a role in vaccine intervention, starting from platform development, deployment, and post-marketing surveillance? Sorry? So, in conclusion, given the weight of evidence, or empirical evidence, provided by the extant piece of literature that I showed you on the role of pharmacists and pharmaceutical sciences in vaccine development and intervention, it is safe to surmise that the pharmacist has a veritable role to perform in vaccine and vaccine program as a public health tool, driven by their training in vaccine R&D, manufacturing, distribution, storage, community-based participatory research, and pharmacovigilance activities. I think I am persuaded from the little experience I have that if the industrial pharmacists can come together, they'll go very far away. A few months ago, when I left the industry mainly, I was worried about how to get API. Because we are doing only secondary manufacturing. Nobody talked about it here. And I said, look, we can't continue doing secondary manufacturing. Let's go and do API. And I was attracted to go to a place in Malta. They had a foundation. They said, Steve, they're already talking by European Investment Bank with people in Kenya. They call it APIFA, API for Africa. Yes. That's what I'm saying. So actually, I'm the one that took that initiative. They now called me, and they told me, Steve, this is your own project. Actually, it's my project. I told them to do that. They said, please, instead of doing it alone, contact my friends in Kenya. And the DG was there to help us work together. I told them, I hold the industry, don't have anyone. I have about 200 and something. Kenya, what do you have? They don't have any. They have few. They announced, okay, let's go to Nigeria. And I recommended 4. Quickly recommended 4. And the 4 of them was Emzo, Mayor Baker, Fitson, and Johar. These were the 4 I selected. And they agreed Emzo very soon. And in fact, before the end of this month, Emzo is likely to be the first to start manufacturing anti-malaria API in Nigeria. I'm not preempting this today, but I'm persuaded. Why I'm saying so is because there's nothing impossible if the industrial pharmacists unite together. Because globally, when you talk about industrial pharmacists outside the country, they are looking at it as they actually have the capacity to drive, whether you call it vaccine, call it API. The little I have done, my little experience in this API shows that nothing is impossible. It was just a meeting. In Bupa, they said, Steve, go and join these people. I was thinking it's not going to do that. Today, by the time they do it, in fact, I've told the Natural Sovereign Wealth to also support. They say we are going to support to make sure this is done. Once this is done, a lot of ways of opportunity will come for industrial pharmacists. So the point I'm trying to say, the industrial pharmacists, please, you are the leader. You are the leader, and I say it again, gateway to increase the pharmacist profile, not only in Nigeria, but globally. Today we have, I don't want to say monkeypox, WHO want to give it another name. There are a lot of names they're going to put it there. Tomorrow may not be, maybe dog pox or whatever. Don't wait until you are called. We are playing a passive role in this country. The pharmacists, the industrial pharmacists are playing a passive role. Some of us are not happy about it. You don't intervene. The whole COVID came and gone. I didn't see any day the industrial pharmacists, maybe I'm wrong, coming together and said, this is our response. Sorry? Well, it was not one of my responses. Go to NAIP'S. I said, this is what I want to do. They'll listen to you. Go to them and say, okay, the pox is coming, another one is coming. You don't need to wait until people are doing that. Gather you together and have a meeting and say, what's the response? Set up a small team to look at what is happening. And they begin to plan and say, go to any Nigerian Institute of Medical Research or Pharmaceutical Research. Go to government and say, industrial pharmacists are looking at this area. They will listen to you and say, look, what's going to happen there? Funding will come. I saw the president of NAIP'S saying, building a home, what do you call it? An office. That office will only cost, I'm not sure it's going to cost $1 million. $1 million is about 500 million. And sure can, that's your budget will not cost up to, let me put it 400 million naira. One just partnership. Before I just conclude, in the next 2 minutes, I was persuading Moderna to come to Nigeria, although they had problem with the government because they had their own plan. Unknown to me, Obama had to put a lot of, Moderna is here now, in Kenya. I'm just telling you the reality. Ghana, instead of looking for government, Ghana have formed, it's some industrial firms, about 3 of them or 4. Persuaded BioNTech and Pfizer. Now they're having their own platform, vaccine development. In Ghana, as I'm talking to you, you're talking of millions of dollars. And you're talking about something that will cost you $100,000 and you're done. So and I told myself, we need to actually go and set together. Go to Ghana today. They are doing it with biotech. In Nigeria, I don't think anybody is doing that. So I think it's an industrial pharmacist. From my knowledge, we want to mention industrial pharmacists outside. They say, these are the right people to do. You don't have any other partnership. I'm not talking about partnership of going to build and going to open a market and all that. That is not the right partnership around there. We must have the right partnership to drive the pharmacy profession on. It's a very noble profession. I can tell you, having interacted with other contiguous professions, and I am proud, and I say it anytime, a pharmacist is actually a noble profession. So let me just end this by thanking everybody for the attention, and again, to give kudos to industrial pharmacists for this kind of attention, population up to this moment, given the whole day. Thank you very much. God bless you.
A very, very big thank you to you, Doctor. Well, do we have questions for him just for 5 minutes? He's asking that he's ready to take your questions. 5 minutes is what we have.
Dr. Onya, thank you so much for your presentation. In fact, it's not a question I have, it's a challenge I have for you. You are an industrial pharmacist in Nigeria, and you know what we do and all that we have done. I would rather say, with the exposure you have and the experience you have, let's work together. Okay? You, of course, know we try our bit, not being supported by government and raising the money internally from members, from subscription. So some links, some exposure to those who have intervention fund or those who have, things to offer can quickly be arranged by the chairman. If you have such people, he can quickly talk to those in the industry and we can have that done. We're also having a farmer park. You know where it is. Yes, so we need to develop that. The whole idea is to have a community, an estate, where we can have research and development, we can have manufacturing, we can have some bit of supply chain mechanism arising from that population across the country, across West Africa. So it starts with small steps. But then, when we have those we can collaborate with beyond Nigeria, I think it helps us to move faster. Even something like all the platforms you're talking about and all of that, it's basically going to be technology transfer. Okay, even the one we had in Yaba over the years, it was technology transfer. So for those who want to collaborate, for example, the vaccine technology here in Nigeria, we have maybe one of our members that want to do it. We can support, even if it's just by advocacy, and then it can happen. So the challenge is, those experiences you have, those people you know, please let us know. We can arrange meetings, and then we can get things done. Thank you.
Thank you. My answer to that is that there has to be a complete value migration. Once that is not done, it will be extremely difficult to address your question there. I don't want to burn into the value migration with something that I'm prepared to take outside this concept to tell you there. It doesn't work easily as that. Once the value migration is identified, you continue. Like I said, when I see the kind of discussion was going on this morning with NAFDAC, with NDLE and all that, I was a little bit worried. But I think the kind of attention I've seen today shows that industrial pharmacists are willing to have a value migration and to embrace that concept. So we will work out and motivate for something that will benefit all of us. That is possible, and we are going to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Onya. We'll just like for you to stay on stage while I invite upstage the national chairman of NAIP, Pharmacist Ken Onuegbu, to be assisted for this award ceremony by Pharmacist Benga Falabi, who is standing in now for Professor Larry Bale. It's also my pleasure to bring up Mr. Femi Shuremekun of Biofem to join us on stage for this presentation, as well as Pharmacist Ernest Kafo of NEMIT. Please come on stage. National Chairman, Association of Hospital and Administrative Pharmacists, Pharmacist Olabode Ogunjemiyo. Please come up stage. As well as Pharmacist Frank Moneme. Please join us here. The way it's going to go, Mr. Femi Shuremekun, you'll be presenting the award to, we will hand over the award to you, the plaque, please. Yes. Thank you. So, Dr. Steve Onya, for this wonderful presentation. Value migration, that's Not that good lexicon now. I'm adding.
Dr. Steve, thank you very much for the information that you let out today, and also telling us that you decided to stick your neck into making sure that Nigeria can move towards that so-called policy of drug security. There's been a lot of talk, and we know that we have people in-house in this country that can really do the job. And we're very grateful that you took that initiative on your own, that you are going to be going out there and providing the information and the resources that is needed. We thank you very much for all that you keep doing. Please keep it up.
I will continue to do what I do. You know why? All I have today, it is the pharmacy profession are giving to me. Public health are not giving me any cover. Health are not giving me anything there. I remain a pharmacist. Pharmacists are giving me virtually everything I owe today. So I owe everything to pharmacists. I continue to go out to bring pharmacists, every interventions here. And I promise the industrial pharmacists that good things are going to come. So I'm part of you always and all that.
Your word up. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Yes. For the award to our lead discussant, Professor Larry Bale, this will be done by Mr. Ernest Okafor. And it will be received by pharmacist Benga Falabi, the National Secretary of PSN, on his behalf.
Thank you. It is indeed an honor and privilege to give this award to our professor. I would say that pharmacists are endowed with resource persons. Discovered that this 3 days conference, we've had resource persons in-house, all of them pharmacists. We saw a keynote address, I would like to say keynote address, I will call it inaugural lecture given by Stivonia. I would say his PhD is by coursework, not honorary. And we equally have Rede Bale, who is the in-house professor, ever there for us, the different technical groups using him. At a point, he said he's been overused, but it's never enough. On behalf of NAIP, we are giving this plaque to Professor Lerbale, being represented here by Prince, the Secretary of PSN, as the lead discussant at the 25th Annual Conference of NAIP on the theme Technology Regulation and Data Centricity in Strengthening Local Capacity as Pharma Industries Evolve, NAPA and NAIP example. This day, 14th to 16th June 2022. Congratulations, and extend our felicitations to thank you.
A very big thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to that point when we'll need to now move out to have lunch. But please be reminded that immediately after lunch, we are coming back here for just a very brief AGM of NAIP before we retire to go come back for the closing banquet. Everything will be happening inside this hall tonight. So once we're done with lunch, please, for a very brief moment, we'll come back to wrap up AGM before we close for the day. So come back for closing banquet.
Please, interest of NAIP members, our AGM, which is very, very important, one of the main essence of our gathering today, will start by 4:30, and this is strictly for NAIP members. Please, our AGM, where most of the key decisions will be taken, will start by 4:30, so that we can push it to 5 o'clock. So, I don't want to take that risk of pushing AGM. We may not be forcing ourselves to cover that. So our AGM 5 o'clock will start because our dinner starts by 7 o'clock. Dinner, everybody you are invited. Dinner, everybody you are invited, please.
Please, I'm told that tickets have already been shared to some people. So please, you can take off to the restaurant right now as long as you are holding your ticket. The rest people will wait for just 5 to 10 minutes, like yesterday. Only those with tickets in your possession now can proceed to the restaurant. The rest, the tickets will be shared to you in 5-10 minutes. So you'll be taken care of as well.